Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Hey, Velvet. Hey, Alex. Magus, or Russian. Hello. No worries if Magus is going to be a little bit late. OC streams normally go for a little while. Rose Petal. Next time. There will absolutely be a next time, so it sounds good. And Everything Enthusiast. Hello, hello. Been playing a lot of Cookie Clicker? Say what now? Maki, hello. How are you? The Boy, the Bird, the Legend. Isn't that supposed to be The Boy and the Heron, the movie that's out? The cat, yeah, the cat is here. He's sweepy. As always. Lancer, hello. Crit, hello. How goes? How's everyone doing? At work till 7. Oof. An hour behind? Okay. Pop in now and then? No worries, Alex. No worries. Velvet, thank you for the Vandal tags. Thank you. It was like the man, the myth, the legend, but applied to Burb. Yeah, the Burb, the heron, right? Yeah. Meow. All right, so OC review stream. I don't know how many people are actually prepared to redeem today. We'll see. But because normally OC streams, how many of these have we done now? Is this number 3, 4? How do you mean Russian? Like, how do you mean a list? Like for the redeems? What I do for the redeems is I'll open up the redemption, like make it available on the Twitch channel. Once you redeem like however many pages you're going to submit, and then you go to the Discord server. I will make a separate channel available, and you post either a Word document or PDF of the information that you're going to submit. Black Sheep, hello. And Russian, 7 stream streak, nice. This is 4th, I believe, because you're 3rd redeem, but you missed one. Ah, okay. All right, sounds good. Shame you don't have a RWBY OC. Is that so, Maki? You don't? Well, there's always time to create one, right? Like, you can always help with just tips or anything, too. As soon as you get feather for it, absolutely making a meme build. Oh, no. Well, I look forward to it, Rose Petal. I look forward to it. We can also... hopefully, music... silent. It's like quiet now, but it should pick up. Should I is the question? Well, it is going to be reviewed by the moderators, and like before I show it on stream, I'm going to give it a brief look over, so it, cause, you know, that's why it has to be a Word document or a PDF. It can't be something that can be edited live like a Google document, because I'm not going to risk that. But it does have to be TOS friendly, so like no excessive gore, no like extremely sensitive topics. Like it has to be... Yeah, it is Glitch City. Yeah. Excellent stream music. Currently at 13k feathers. We'll have to wait till next time. Okay. You don't have an OC because you're really bad at creating and designing them? I thought I was the same way too. But if you put in the time, the effort, it's all worth it. Chaos! 15 months, thank you! Considering the next member of your team, ooh, so probably be submitting in an hour or two. Alright, sounds good. 47k, need more, gonna go for a whole team at once. Makes sense. That's the one playing. I just have it on the 2-hour remix of Pokemon Battle Music. I just throw that on in the background and it's all good. But, yeah, sounds good, Chaos. Sounds good. But, yeah, Maki, you can... It is a daunting task when you first start creating OCs, but if it's something that interests you, I encourage you to give it a try. Even if you think you're bad at it, you're probably going to surprise yourself. Wait until 80k at least. Maybe 160 for detailed backstory. Ah, makes sense. Pet the kitty. Yeah, buddy. Huh? Yeah. Uh-huh. good day, buddy? You relax? Oh, yeah, you live such a stressful life, don't you? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. You're such a stressed out kitty. Oh, my goodness. Eternal pain and suffering. I see. Val, thank you for the 200 bits. Meow. He is a cute kitty. He's very cute. He's adorable. Dumb, but adorable. Things have so many ideas, but can't possibly fit them into one character or one team, and that's okay. You can have multiple teams. There's people who have nearly 100 different OCs. Getting to 100 is a bit excessive, I will admit, but having multiple teams, not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. Cats, hello, hello. How goes? Right now, your focus is shifting from RWBY characters to an original story idea that follows Naruto tropes. Oh, set by MHA, Black Clover, and Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh. Interesting. The butt flop. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you're such a happy kitty. Yes. Mm-hmm. Do you know how late I'll be doing RWBY OCs? Got an errand to run, but not in charge of the when. I'll probably be live for it depends on how many people are ready to redeem, right? Because if there's a point in time where there are no RWBY OCs to review, then I could just switch over to playing Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness for a little bit, for an hour or two, and then go back to RWBY OCs. So probably I'll be live for 6 hours at least, I'd say. This motto of all RWBY OC makers, look at peers. Ah, yes. Yeah, Black Sheep, 200 OCs. My goodness. That'd be a lot. Meow. Yeah. Yeah, pain and suffering. Yeah, pain. Got a lot of OCs in a gang, business, occupation, and academy teams. Lots of different roles to fill within a story. And even if it's a character that fills a minor role, still counts as an OC. Cat, what are you doing? The butt flop. Yes. Hello, Tooth. How's it going? And the cat is here, indeed. Yes. Yeet the cat. I see. Okay, one more question. Does artwork fall under the page limit? No, it does not. It's page of information. That's what the redemption is for, and then you can include artwork as just extra for free. Like, within reason. Like, 3-4 pages of artwork is fine. Now, if it's like an entire portfolio of like 10 to 20 pages, that might be a little bit excessive, but meow indeed. Just how? It all comes with whatever you want to start with, whether it's a semblance idea, whether it's an inspiration from like a myth or story or fairy tale or some other area of your life or experiences or history or what have you that might inspire a character and you want to start building a story around them, adding other characters in. It might spawn from a weapon idea. It might even spawn from just discovering a name that you like and you're like, okay, I want to make a character named that. Starting point's going to be different for everyone. It's just wherever you find the inspiration, really. I see Ember. He is indeed here. He is indeed here. He's happy and meowy and also sleepy. He's just chilling. He's loafing. All right. So let's go to this channel. Okay. Permissions. All right. Okay, I've made public the OC review submissions channel. Quick 73 times 20K? Why do you want 73 times 20? Well, if you go 73 times 2, which is 146, and then add the 0, so that's 140... Isn't that 1.46 million? Yeah. Literally just started coming up with OCs from the moment I started watching RWBY, although your OCs are basically completely different since then. Except for the one who was basically unchanged. Nice, Fluffy. That's good. Character has stuck through it. Read the previous message. 73 non-student OCs. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. What if Stingray, but give it a hat? Yeah, why not? All right. Channel points. And now the OC help/review is live. 20,000 points per page of information that you want reviewed. There's the pinned comment in stream that has the information about, like, the requirements for submitting. And then once you redeem on stream, then you post it in the Discord channel that is the OC review submissions. So it's all open and ready to go now. It's all good to go. Oh, I think the OC review info is up to date. Viewed on stream, clarification given. Yeah. Okay, documents must either be Word or PDF. Formatting, yeah. Okay, good. All the information is there. Perfect. He wants me to a D&D PC? That's an axolotl? Really? In a suit. An axolotl in a suit. James Bond-esque axolotl? Tripped over that word there first off. Who named an axolotl an axolotl? They want people to bite their tongues. They want people to trip over that word. Make some weird stuff? Yeah, that's true. There's all sorts of stuff. The Aztecs? The Aztecs were trolls, weren't they? Because it was the Mayans who made that Mayan calendar, and they just... Granted, you know, it ends at 2012, probably because they just were like, we won't... When we get closer to that point, we can probably just add more to the calendar. Not that they were predicting the end of the world. Or, maybe they were just the king of trolls. Just started work, Captain Gaming. Probably won't be able to catch a lot of stream right now. No worries, Captain Gaming. No worries. I'll be live for a few hours at least. Like 5 or 6 hours, probably. Whether that's reviewing OCs or just finishing up Coliseum. Axolotl? Axolotl? TLH. How the hell do you pronounce... Like, what are the phonetics, if that's the right word, of a word that contains TLH together? Ashalo, the first part. But what? Axefish? Huh. TLH. Yeah. Is that... Yeah, TLH. I don't know how to pronounce that. Like, what are the sounds? Till? It pronounced... Where? It's pronounced... It's pronounced how? What? A falafel? But... not a clue. Axolotl. Okay, now that there's no H at the end, that's more understandable. Last is Welsh. To be fair, English is probably the most confusing language for anyone to learn, but once you know English, trying to learn any other language seems just like nightmare. I think the theory behind the Mayan calendar was that the Mayan calendars ended in 2012 because they had a mythology where the world was destroyed and remade 3 previous times, and the furthest to the third Earth lasted was up to 2012. So Mayans ended in 2012, not because that's when the world ended, but that's because it's the furthest the previous world had. Oh, kind of a countdown to see if this world would last longer than the previous ones believed. Interesting. I've never heard that side of the Mayan calendar 2012 is doomsday thing before. Interesting. I know axolotl, but the... Oh, axolotl was from... Axolotl is from... Oh, I get it now. I'm understanding now. That was the Aztecs. Welsh was created by a cat walking on a keyboard. You can't change my mind. I feel like a lot of languages were... Well, it would make sense, right? When the languages were designed, that they were designed based on the things that people heard, the things that people saw, or the things that people saw and the noises that they heard coming from said thing. So that wouldn't be out of the question. All right, Lancer has done the first redeem of the OC review. Nice. Ah, Yassi's third member. Nice. You sure it wasn't from doing a face roll on the keyboard? Well, here's the question. Did they have keyboards back then? And if they did, they'd probably be carved out of stone. So that'd be quite painful. So you'd think there'd be a lot of, like, oofs and ow and pain. Since the cat is on your face. Oh, no. Remember Milt? Is it pronounced mirth and wheat? What? Oh, wilt. Okay. But that's so weird. That the way those letters are pronounced does not seem to fit with what I understand of language and pronunciations and yeah. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Wood keyboards exist and they're pretty satisfying. Wood keyboards exist now, but based on what the Mayans and like, is it proper to call them ancient peoples? A lot of their stuff was carved out of stone. Also, let me know if the music is too loud. I think it's probably okay, but I don't know. Welsh is 4 languages of all time, and English is 3. Oh, makes sense. Also English pronunciation sucks more than vacuum cleaner. Hear you well above the music. Okay, good. So it's just it is background music as intended rather than foreground music. All right, so we can start going over Lancer's OC. Was there any artwork that you wanted to submit alongside your OC, Lancer? Or was it more the info? If I can... Yeah. Nope, can't try to save your life. Neither can I. I feel you on that one. All right. And this is for, if I remember correctly, for Canon, correct? Canon RWBY? I mean, commissions exist. Yeah, but not everyone has the funds to be able to commission someone, right? So, okay. Aikatento. Ooh. Aikatento. I feel like I've heard similar names in anime before, so is that a Japanese origin for the name? 19-year-old Haven student, human from Vale. Okay. From Vale, went to Haven. Long brunette hair, and is always well kept, especially if meeting anyone important is on the agenda. Professional, okay. Semblance, diplomatic offering. Ooh. Can give a portion of her aura to her allies, with the portion being proportional to the aura that she has left. Has been in contact with them to work. So, in other words, she can only gift as much aura as she has left. She can't gift more, which makes sense. But that's interesting. She can supercharge one of her allies and give them, if she's full aura, their full aura, she could send essentially the tank into battle with like 1.9 times as much aura by gifting 90% of hers. Interesting. All of Japanese names to reflect Legend of the Five Rings origins of the team. Ah. I mean, I myself don't have the funds. Yeah. I saved up to commission artists for things. But also, you know, stuff from YouTubes and streams did help. Let's see. Honestly, I think that Semblance is great. It's balanced, because it's just however much aura she has left can gift to others. And in terms of training when it comes to Semblance, I'd imagine that based on the way that the Semblance works, by constantly gifting aura, her aura regeneration would probably be more attuned than most other huntsmen. She'd be able to regenerate aura faster because of how often she'd be gifting it out to train her Semblance. Interesting. And diplomatic offering. Based on just the first little bit, how she's professional and carries herself in a professional manner, diplomatic offering sounds fitting. It comes from a family of politicians and diplomats. Okay, very fitting. Jobs that I've had for generations. And was raised by her father to have an understanding of world affairs. Initially, wanted to attend Beacon, but was convinced by her father to see more of the world. Oh. So her father lives in Vale as well. Well, if she was born in Vale, then her parents are politicians within Vale, but they encouraged her to study abroad. Okay. Although combat trained is preferential to pacifism and will try to talk her way out of any problems first. Rumor among other students has it that she talked her way into Haven after having subpar combat scores. Oh, so there's a little bit of a judgment from other students then? While said rumors are not true, Kai doesn't mind them spreading, so others underestimate herself and her team. Okay, she's got a little bit of fight in her too then. And that aspect makes total sense with the character, yeah. And that's one thing that's not really touched on in RWBY is the different aspects of aura that can be trained just naturally with the way that a person's semblance is. Like for Vine's semblance, for Ren's semblance, like, Vine's semblance, like aura projection. For Ren's semblance, the sensory aspects of aura. Just based on the way that the semblances are, an individual is going to be geared towards, or have different affinities for aura aspects, like aura regeneration. Maybe they'd have an abnormally large pool of aura based on, because we don't exactly know how to train like the amount of aura that people have. In early volumes of RWBY, the writer said that it was possible to train that, but most people just train for aura efficiency. I don't know how you would actually train for having more aura, but yeah. But yeah, she definitely got some fight in her if she doesn't mind those rumors being around, and then she can just stomp her opponents. Is a gifted negotiator. Ooh, and medic. Having a medic on a team is very useful. That would, if a team has a dedicated medic, then, and even without her semblance. Oh, right, gifting aura to another person would help their own innate recovery too. Oh, yeah, that semblance could be very useful. Someone who has their aura broken and is injured, she can gift aura to them and help their natural recovery too. Although she's only known her Mistral teammates since initiation, she's known Yami for years and has dated him for at least 3. Cute. So they started dating when they were young teenagers then. Assuming that this is from first year. Imagine ocular semblance that accelerates the drying of eyes. Ooh. Also training aura amount might involve completely depleting it over and over. But see, and this is what I mentioned with the diplomatic offering semblance. The more you deplete it, the faster you'd regenerate it. I don't know how you'd increase the maximum cap of aura that you have. I feel like it's just natural with the way you're born, because Jean just naturally has a massive amount of aura. We've never seen anyone increase the amount of aura that they have, but as they become more proficient with their semblances, they use up less aura, which makes sense. I don't know. But yeah, this semblance, just being able to gift aura to others, it's not broken by any means, but there's a lot of different uses to it. And a dedicated medic on a team, as I was saying earlier, really dictates the types of missions that they can go on. They can go on rescue missions and help survivors from grim attacks. They could go on longer missions as well. If anyone gets injured on, a mission that would take a week or 2 weeks, there's someone there to actually cover for that. Whereas other teams that don't have a dedicated medic or healer, then they're not going to be able to venture out as far or last as long as other teams. So that's pretty good. Weapons: short swords, lightning and tongue. Dual wields the combination of slashes and lightning dust. Only enters combat as a last resort, preferring a support-based role. Makes sense. Especially with the semblance, can gift out the aura to others, stay back, and kind of watch the battlefield, see who needs healing, see who might need a little bit of an extra boost in their aura. Yeah. Overall, well designed. Balanced semblance, nice weapons. Now, do both swords have lightning dust in them? Because lightning and tongue, obviously the one named Lightning would have lightning dust, but would both of them have lightning dust in it? You think depleting would only increase the cap? But how, though? Like, how does that logically make sense? Depleting something increases the cap of it. Because depleting it causes it to then have to regenerate, which would increase the speed of regeneration. But I don't know how it would boost the overall cap. Pacifists are not representative Cs because I think husband being combat-oriented kind of discourages it. Yes and no. Like, there is merit to being trained in combat, but all combat is not offensive, right? It's not just going on the attack. There's defensive types of combat, too. And it all depends on how they want to train. Kind of happened by accident, but I made each of them prefer separate dust types. I mean, I did the exact same thing with my OCs as well, except Zelina is kind of the all-arounder with the dust types, or at least is the dust-focused combatant, using multiple dust types. You can't reason with Grim, but not all your opponents will be Grim. This is true. Since you know RWBY, I want to know if you know Red versus Blue. I mean, I know of Red versus Blue. I watched, I think, the first 2 seasons of Red versus Blue, but I did not continue with it past that. Although it was funny and entertaining, it just wasn't my type of show, unfortunately. But also, thank you for the follow, Blarganthia. I appreciate it. Welcome to stream. Magus, hello, welcome. Welcome. I think this person is thinking of muscle fatigue. When you train your muscles, by pushing them to the limits, or more after feeling you have muscles adapt and become stronger. Yeah. Yeah, and I was kind of thinking the same way with the regeneration. Like, you're not... I guess by fatiguing your muscles, you're gaining more muscle, but also being able to use the muscles more efficiently by being able to lift more. I don't know, because huntsmen and huntresses naturally deplete their aura whenever they're using their semblance. But we never really hear about them increasing the overall cap of their aura. 1 of 4 crit. Okay, you're going to do all 4 today? The first 3 seasons were good. Monty animated the show. Went to a new level. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. 2 of 4. All right, so we're getting the whole team, it sounds like. All right. Is there any questions that you had or anything you want me to touch on specifically, Lancer? Let's see. So it looks like we're going to get 4 from Crit, and then Magus, you've redeemed 1 page so far? I don't really happily answer any more questions, though. I think everything's pretty straightforward. Like, how high ranking are her family? Like, family of politicians and diplomats. So I'm assuming they'd be either on the Veil Council or associated with it in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not on the Veil Council, but associated with it at the very least. Yee. Upper class, more associated than on. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think everything's pretty straightforward. I think overall, well-balanced, well-designed character. Yeah. For his worth, really good OC. Yeah, I agree. I agree as well. Thank you for sharing, Lancer. If you're all right, is it okay if we move on to crits? 4 OCs? 2 pages. Okay. Tried doing twice, have 2 pages. The redeem for only 1 page has went through thus far, Magus. Pink Rose, hello. How goes? Good, let's go to the others. Sure thing. Sure thing. Go back to the webcam. Close that. Go over to Discord. Yep. Go over here for Team Jade. Excellent. All right. Let's see here. Go here. Go here. Here it is. Oh, excellent. Excellent. We're going to do all 4 of crits, and then we'll do both of yours, Magus. Sound good? It's okay. Not enough for OC to show off, though? That's okay, Pink. There'll be others. There'll be others. Thank you for joining in, though. Like, just being here, enjoying the OCs. God, condensing OC backstory info sucks. Unfortunately, though, it has to be done for my own sanity, because as interesting as it might be to read through, like, an entire fanfiction story on stream, I don't know if I have the mental capacity to do it. So, let's switch over to here. And should be good to go. All right. All right. What would you categorize a fanfiction style profile? Like, how many pages of backstory is too much? Well, like, the thing is, if you have enough points to redeem it, then go for it and redeem an entire fanfiction like 10 pages long. If you have the points for it, go for it. But it's just, that's why I have to limit it by page, is because I can't just have it an unlimited redeem, like you redeem 20,000 feathers and then I just go over however many pages that a person sends. I have to limit it by number of pages. That's the main thing. Just bad at OC backgrounds? No worries. I mean, designing the OC, the thing that I'm able to help with the most is when it comes to semblances and weapons. When it comes to the overall story, like, I can help a fair bit when it comes to canon RWBY and what would be canon, what wouldn't be, but honestly, most of it is just each individual's own design. Need to have more streams in the background to get points again? Yeah. All right. The first of Team Jade, a semi-canon AU. They're 1 year older from Season 1. I'd like help with names and overall thoughts. Names is one of the most difficult things for me to come up with characters. It's honestly going to be best, like, going through your own research, looking through different names that have different meanings that relate to your character and have the color orientations that you'd like. It's very difficult though. Latin Team Jades, age 13. They're 1 year older from season 1. Season 1 RWBY, like at Beacon. So they're 13. Currently, Juniper is 13 years old, 1 year after season 1 of RWBY, if I'm understanding correct. Oh, semblance name. Ah, okay. Mistral Slums, forfeit. Oh, small bean. Never gonna have that many feathers. You can. You can. It takes time. Even if it's like a year or two from now, I'll still be around. An eye for an eye will keep the balance. Ooh. Personality: cold, calculated, cunning, introverted, quiet, pessimistic, and street smart. At 13 years old, the fact that they're cold and calculating, they've been through some stuff. Okay. Backstory. Born as the eldest daughter of a crime family living in a world where it is kill or be killed. She was on a mission one day when her family was killed by the spiders. Oh, after her mission, she takes the wind and ice dust for herself. As a memento, she carries around her family's scrolls. Oh, no. Juniper embarks on a journey for vengeance. She knows she needs information, and that's why she wants to become a huntress. In combat school, Juniper made more enemies than friends. She was at the top of her class in combat, but failed when it came to teamwork, finding the whole thing bothersome. Ah, lone vigilante type. So her age being 13, is that like her current age in the story? A few months before the training schools. Ah, okay. So at the beginning of Volume 1, when Team RWBY are just starting at Beacon, where would Juniper be at this point in time? 1 year older from season 1, as you mentioned. Would they be would she be starting second year at the academies then? Year 2. Okay, so the story starts 1 year before the combat schools and catches up to RWBY, or the beginning of the RWBY series, when they are starting their second year at the Huntsman Academies. So there's 5 years in between there. Got it. Understood. Semblance name, Wendy's Reflection. I see based on Peter Pan, so okay. Allows the user to manifest her shadow within eyesight. Shadow copies Juniper's exact movements. The farther away the shadow is, the more aura it takes. Okay. So essentially making an aura construct of her own shadow. Interesting. Mirrors her movements. That could be very useful, actually. Because depending on the lighting at that given time, you could summon that aura construct a decent distance away from yourself. Whenever we've seen Weiss summon her constructs for like aura constructs and her summons, it's always had to be nearby herself. She's been able to send them out farther than herself, but the initial summoning tends to take place right where she is. So the fact that you could cast a shadow quite far and summon the shadow at a distance, interesting. And definitely plays into the Peter Pan myth for sure. I like the connection there. Weapon name, Black Wind. Wakizashi and pistol. I'm not sure what type of blade a wakizashi is. I'm assuming it's a blade. Built-in wind mixed with ice dust, so freezing rounds. The blade wakizashi has one hole in either side. Short katana. Okay. Can't really watch most of your streams because it's really late in the time zone. Oh, okay, Maki. No worries. No worries. Even if it takes a couple years. Even if it takes a couple years, I'll still be here. Offhand sword, long dagger. Ah, okay. It's a short curved sword. Okay. Okay. Combat style, Juniper prefers to be quick on her feet. The hole at the top of the blade has wind dust to make swings faster. Oh, so it's kind of an accelerator for the swings. When surrounded, Juniper uses Wendy's reflection to link arms that spin in a circle, shoot out a cloud of wind, or slash them down. Huh. Interesting. Because, yeah, if it mimics her movements exactly, then, yeah, linking arms, going in a circle. Yeah. Because I'm assuming the manifesting of her own shadow would also, since the shadow of her blade is connected to the shadow of her body, would be able to manifest essentially the shadow blade as well. Huh. Interesting. That's cool. I like that. I never thought of using the shadow to, like, in tandem. I always thought it would be from, like, fighting at a distance, but yeah. A small slide for small bean. Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. The fact that the small bean is out for vengeance too against the spiders. What Huntsman Academy did she end up going to? Did she stay in Mistral where the spiders are located to gather information there and so attended Haven Academy? Or did she venture out to a different kingdom to get training and then going to come back later? She's just there for training, just like how Crow and Raven, even though they're based in Mistral, the Bronwyn tribe is, they went over to Beacon to learn how to kill huntsmen and huntresses, and then we're going to come back with that information. I'm curious. And I'm curious to know if the rest of her team knows. Obviously, they wouldn't know right away upon meeting her, but at what point they would find out why she's cold and calculating and doesn't really want anything to do with teamwork. Going through the combat schools, not wanting to focus on teamwork, that's probably not going to cause many issues because you're not actually put into a team until the Huntsman Academies. You're still going to need to be able to work together to some extent with your classmates, but interesting. Yeah, I think overall, pretty good. What is the... It's a semi-canon alternate universe, so I'm guessing you want it to kind of keep canon power levels. Where does the, like, alternate universe aspect come in? Like, throughout this story, are they going to successfully take out all of the spiders? Or... And no need to spoil the story if you don't want to. But she stayed for the training, moved to Beacon to get info. Oh, they'll find out. Okay. Okay. Because I'm interested to know what the alternate universe portion of it is. Probably the characters that she's going to end up interacting with throughout everything. And she goes to Beacon to gather information. Would she be trying to... what would have led her to Beacon? Would it have been Junior Zhang and his connection to the spiders, or Roman Torchwick, perhaps? Because both were connected to the spiders, and even Milsha and Melanie Malachite. They were Little Miss Malachite's daughters. It's fights a spider, but only a few will live. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Huh, interesting. I like it. Yes, hi. And she has an earpiece to communicate with her teammates, I would imagine. But yeah, overall, pretty well-designed character. Small bean. Small bean that's filled with vengeance. Anything else you'd like me to touch on for Juniper? Because overall, I think everything's pretty good. The semblance name, Wendy's Reflection, is a perfect name for this semblance, honestly, and the inspiration that it fits with. Black Wind, excellent name for a weapon, especially one who's cold calculating, and out for vengeance. Having a weapon named Black Wind sounds fitting. Okay, cool. All right, I think I'll move on to the next character. If we want to come back to Juniper, we can. And once we see all the other characters, then we can see maybe how they interact. Just want thoughts on the next two, though. Okay. Next member of Team Jade, Ash, 12 years old, so 1 year younger than Juniper. A spider faunus, 4 arms and legs. Oh, 4 arms and 4 legs? Huh. Wouldn't that make walking very difficult? Birthplace vacuo. Height, when sitting, 7 foot. Full height is 14 feet? Oh my. That's daunting for height. Eye color, reddish brown, yellow. Personality, straightforward, creative, and curious person. He will always be calm and level-headed in battle, but outside of that, Ash loves to pull pranks on his friends. Oh, and I'm sure Juniper will have none of that. Is logically smart, making him an expert tactician. All debts must be paid. Ooh. Ruh-roh raggy indeed. It was that or spider eyes. Okay. Because I'm curious, like, having 4 arms as a faunus trait, I think that's, like, we haven't seen that in the show, but I think that'd probably be fine. But having both arms and legs, I think might count as 2 faunus traits. It's alternate universe, though, so that's, I wouldn't say that would conflict with anything. But for... I don't know. I don't know if that would count as 2 separate faunus traits. Still, 14 feet full height. That's crazy. Backstory. After Ash's parents died, he was taken in and raised by a tribe. When he was a child, he was treated more like a burden. It was only when his semblance awakened that he got some type of strength. He must have been a really big child. He didn't have strength before? Ash always wondered what having parents were like. He wanted to become a hunter to repay his tribe. Semblance name is Whip. The user's aura produces a sticky substance that coats what he chooses. Okay. Handshake. Mother being giant spider people. Huh. The semblance name is Work in Progress. Got it. Yeah. I understood that when I remembered you were wanting help with the semblance names. Because there was a semblance that was just very briefly mentioned in RWBY Arrowfell that was like this as well, that the aura produces a sticky substances and could stick things together. I don't know what a good name would be offhand, but I'll mull it over and see. You write mine up if you're making one? Yeah. If you want to write one up for today, then go for it. Absolutely. But if not, then there's always next time as well. Weapon name, Tenacious Widow. Tenacious Widow are claw-like gloves covering your knuckles to your fingernails. Tenacious Widow shoots out wire that is covered in the sticky aura. Okay. Weapon that could work well on its own, but in conjunction with the semblance, it can have different uses as well. I like it. Fairytale myth is the Cheshire Cat. Is the Cheshire Cat spider-like? Huh. I haven't delved into the Alice in Wonderland story very much, but I didn't know that Cheshire Cat had spider-like qualities. Ash doesn't like being in the heat of a fight, preferring to set a trap ahead of time and lead the enemy into the trap. You can set a trap far away, 100 feet away. Okay. Or close by. Or 10 close by. Use the earpiece to coordinate with his teammates. How do you mean can set one trap far away or 10 close by? Based on that being said, like one trap far away, 10 close by, that implies that he's using aura to set the traps. What are said traps? Thomas, hello! Sorry for not being around for a while. Kind of just forgot. I disagree on your streams for feathers. No worries, Thomas. No worries. Say it isn't a way. Scuttles around a lot, so you could stress gold make the. Stress could make the connection. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Because one trap far away, 10 close by, it definitely implies that it's using aura projection. So it'd be like sticky web traps, I'm guessing, using the aura and Tenacious Widow. It can shoot out wire that is covered in the semblance. But it can launch out wire 100 feet away? I'd understand, like, making sticky traps, but... with a semblance like that and the weapon that shoots out the wire covered in the sticky aura. The wire length and aura. Okay, so the way that you have the semblance designed, the aura will only stay sticky as long as he's projecting his aura into it. As long as he can only make things sticky that are aura conduits, right? He can't, from the sound of it, he must stay in contact with something to keep it sticky. He can't, like, set up a bunch of wires 100 feet away, coat it in aura, walk away, and it still be sticky. He needs to hang on to a piece of the wire and continue funneling aura into it for it to remain sticky. Okay. That's a well-balanced design. I like that. I'm just trying to think of a name for that semblance. I don't know enough about spiders to really recommend. Like, what's... all spiders produce silks. Single spider can produce up to 7 different types of silk for different uses. Construct insects. The sticky glue that coats the silk threads of spider webs is a hydrogel, meaning it's full of water. I'm curious, but yeah, I like everything about this design. The 14 foot tall though, that sounds like a lot. Why and how is he so tall? Because the tallest person we've ever seen in RWBY is Hazel at 8 foot even, and he was already a titan of a man. But Ash eclipses him by 6 feet. That's... I'm also curious, why so tall? If such a semblance, it would typically be possible to use water dust to create glue or otherwise circumvent the aura upkeep, possibly leaving it behind. I don't think water dust alone would work. You would need some other type of chemical or additive to it to make it continuously be sticky. But I don't necessarily... I don't think it would make sense for him to put much effort into designing something like that when his semblance already makes things sticky. Restraining an opponent in a web and then leaving. Yeah, but I mean, once you just have an opponent restrained and you're in contact with them, then you knock them out and just tie them up in the wires. Because once they're restrained close range, then you can secure them in the wires. I think the trap is mainly to just trip them up and then you can secure them afterwards. There's potential health problems. There's a reason people over 7 foot rarely live past 50. Huh. Is this like a giraffe? And I don't know why 14 feet, because 14 feet, like, again, it is alternate universe. So 14 foot tall people can exist in the alternate universe. But 14 feet is just so massive. Like, because just understanding the scale and size of a 14 foot tall individual, just for writing the character's story, even 7 foot tall people generally have to be very careful about walking through door frames and be careful about bumping their heads on things. At 14 foot tall, I can guarantee he is going to be hunched over in every single doorway that he comes across. Now, from what we saw in Volume 1, 2, and 3 at Beacon Academy, a lot of the rooms have very high ceilings. But there's not going to be a chair in existence that is just regularly at the school that's going to fit him. So, trap then kill type of thing. Exactly. Yeah. It makes big fists, big concussion. This is true. Gonna be back in a bit, and hopefully I'll be able to submit my IC. Alright, Chaos. See you in a bit then. I look forward to it. I understand if his legs are like Daddy Longlegs, and his body is normal faunus human size. It's gonna be hunch sitting down too. Yeah. Because it's just... Like, again, if that's how you want to write the character, then of course, go for it. But there's gonna be a lot of things that you'll have to keep in mind when writing the story and how he's going to interact with things, because there is going to be a lot of difficulty that he has with everyday life being 14 feet tall. Even just at like 7 foot tall height, there's going to be certain instances here and there. Not as prevalent, but, you know, 7 foot tall is still, you know, a foot taller than most other people. 14 foot tall, he's literally 3.5 times as tall as Juniper, which is pretty crazy. Like, if you go and measure your own height and then see what, like, a third of your height is, that's about how tall Juniper is going to be compared to Ash. And use that as a baseline to see if you want to write a story that has that perspective in it, because I feel like that would add a lot of difficulties to the story. If it's what you want to do, then absolutely go for it. It's just, it does stand out. His thoughts of having her not in the buff. Velvet, what? He's a real big guy, yeah. Overall, though, the semblance, well designed. I like that he has to stay in contact with the thread to keep it sticky. That adds another aspect to it, because a lot of people would just say, okay, you can just make aura sticky, it'll last for 5 minutes or whatever, but the fact that you're writing in that has to stay in contact is interesting. It's just... I want to say something like, for semblance name, like Weaver's... Or, since it's mainly used for trapping, I want to say like something in snare. For some reason, I like the word ensnare. And think like that could be incorporated into the semblance name. Weaver's snare. Maybe? It's just... because it would play into the spider inspiration and the way that he uses it. But my thought is just that the being able to make your aura sticky doesn't necessarily inherently mean spider. I know he's a spider faunus. I know he has a lot of spider inspiration and he uses it with threads, but yeah, Weaver's Snare might be a good name. Some names off the top of your head. Can't say if any of them are good. Silky Demise. Captive Adherent. Tenacious Delivery. Well, he already has Tenacious Widow as the weapon. A Debtor's Prison. Oubliette for a King. Viscous Entanglement. Huh. That's... Viscous Entanglement. That's... I kind of like that one. Ensnaring Silk. Weaver's Snare does sound good, though. Yeah. Basically stabbed sticky, gluey words with something else. Yeah, it fits. But yeah, I think Weaver's Snare might be a good one. If you like that, then, again, we can come back to it after going over the other characters, but Weaver's Snare does sound pretty good. Overall, again, well-designed character. The height does raise a lot of questions. But I think that's pretty good overall. Is there anything specific you'd like me to touch on for Ash at this point in time? I was really typing Ensnaring Silk. Yeah, Ensnaring Silk or Weaver's Snare. Viscous Entanglement too. Like, those three I think are pretty good options. But again, up to you if you want to take these ideas, mull it over, maybe find some combination of them, or maybe it gives you ideas for other names they might want for it. And you mentioned that the next character was also someone that you wanted a little bit... oh, I'm gonna butcher his name. I apologize. Okay, his. So he... Dawale? Is his name literally Dawale? Or is it Dawale? There's no little flip on top of the E, so I'm gonna... Dawale? As we established at the beginning of stream, I'm not good with pronunciations of other languages, so... I mean no offense. DeWalt? Okay, Dawale. Okay. There's no T in there, though. Velvet. So, Dawale. Dawale. Okay. Age 13, human from Atlas. Oh. Atlas, Vacuo, and from Mistral. You have... If the last character's from Vale or from Menagerie, then you have characters from very different ways of life interacting on a team. Also, I kind of see the irony. I don't know if this was intentional, but you have someone named Dawale, which it could be seen the terminology as like the whale, which whales are the largest mammals that exist, and he's 6 foot tall. He's a big boy, but then is eclipsed by the 14-foot spider that's next to him. So Dawale is the tiny whale in comparison. Hair and eye color, bright red orange. Ooh. Dawale is energetic, party animal, and action-oriented. I'm sure Juniper loves them. Has blunt and earthy humor. What's earthy humor? Loves being the center of attention. Strong, brash, and unruly. The faster, the better. Oh, is he a speedster? Backstory, he was born in an average family in a large community. DeWale moved out wanting to learn new skills. He could quickly become an ally you'd want by your side. And semblance is Presto. Magician? DeWale's movements produces energy and temporarily store and redirect it to his weapon. The faster the movement, the more energy produced. When walking, the energy can be stored for 2 days. Running, the energy can be stored for a day. If the energy is not released, DeWale will explode, hurting him and those within a 10-foot radius of him. Because of this, he has unlimited access to the training room. When walking, energy can be stored for 2 days. Running, energy can be stored for a day. I mean, I'm guessing it's written to be similar to Sarah's semblance. If she has heat stored up, when her aura breaks, it causes that heat explosion. It releases the heat that was stored in there. And I'm guessing if the energy is not released by the time his aura is depleted, because it will constantly take aura to store that energy for longer periods of time. If the energy is not released when the aura breaks, that energy will be released in... See, the thing is, I don't know how exactly like that explosion would work, because it's kinetic energy that's stored. And if releasing kinetic energy after the aura breaks, how exactly that would work, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's the part that I'm focusing on as well, because storing energy for 2 days, or even like a day, even like an hour, sounds like it would be draining aura a lot. Now, the scaling factor of it, I agree with. Like, the less energy that he has, the longer he could store it for, but it's just storing it for 2 days seems like... I'll be honest, it does seem like a lot. Because as he's moving around throughout the day, and especially because he won't be moving, he won't be focusing on his semblance when he's asleep, right? And that's something we've never seen in the series, is if a semblance would stay active when someone's asleep. I don't think it would. If someone's knocked out, their semblance is deactivated. If someone goes to sleep, their semblance is deactivated. So I don't think it's possible for anyone to keep anything stored in their aura for that long. Fiona time might be an exception. We don't exactly know. Maybe she has to take all of her trinkets out of her pocket dimension before going to sleep, but... Kaboom. Be right back. All right. So... I think... having the scaling with the amount of time based on how much energy he wants to store up. And you could also fiddle with the energy production, because it could be something similar to Sarah's semblance, where she's constantly, like, her semblance is taking in heat just very lightly, and is always just kind of taking it in taking it in, pushing it out, so it's not draining her aura any, but is constantly kind of giving off that heat. And I think with DeWale, it might be good to have it written in a similar way, that just generally walking, there's energy being produced, but he's just not storing it. And then he can choose to store it when he wants to, and then he can have it build up to an attack that he wants to use, like, in a few minutes or, like, later in a battle. I don't think he would need to store it for very long, because the energy from walking and running, like, if he's just in combat, he'll naturally build that up. So I don't think necessarily he will need to store it up in advance of a battle. If he's anticipating a battle, he can store it up on the way to the fight. And during the fight, especially with the dynamic movements that are going on there, I figure he'd probably be able to build up enough energy with his semblance, or store enough energy with his semblance just in the fight itself. That would be more than he would have gained from like a day or two of walking, right? Fiona goes to sleep, bang, everything she has in her falls. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. So I don't know. I don't think the 2 days or 1 day limit would be needed, but the aura depletion is proportional to the amount of energy stored. Would make sense. Hopefully, what I'm saying makes sense. Anyways, and again, that's just my thoughts on it. But you write however you please. If you have other ideas for, you know, if he would store it for a day or two, again, the thing I mentioned before, like when a person goes to sleep, I don't think they would be able to continue storing things, or their semblances would remain active, but with an alternate universe, you can play around with stuff like that too. Weapon name, Gravitation. The weapon is bladed tonfa guns. Nice. With wind and gravity dust inside. Ooh, okay. So kind of like Fox Alistaire's weapons, but with wind and gravity. DeWale likes to dive right into a fight. Spins gravitation to mix dust. So it's both types of dust in each of them? Or is it one has wind, one has gravity? DeWale hits his opponent with wind and gravity dust to blow them into the sky or anything around. The fairy tale myth is a work in progress. Okay, so you've designed the character and you're trying to find a myth to fit the character. Interesting. Kind of like a tank. Like that his aura acted like a tank that can store up a certain amount of energy. The only problem with any type of storage semblance is it should deplete aura to store anything in it. Can a body door, does some amount increase as you age and get stronger, or is it the same all your life? Now, you can, as one trains with semblance, you would be able to become more efficient with your semblance. And this should apply to pretty much every semblance that exists. A semblance, similar to how you'd exercise your muscles, can get stronger, more efficient. You'll be able to lift more, you'll be able to do more with the same amount of aura. But no matter how much you work out, you're still only going to have 2 arms. That type of thing is most of the way that I'm thinking. How does Fiona Semblance work then? Yeah, I made a video on Fiona Semblance. It's just broken. It completely negates mass, and she can just store anything with it, and there's no sign of exhaustion whatsoever. Fiona, her semblance is nuts. I legitimately don't understand how that works. But there is a separation between Fiona's semblance and an energy storage semblance, because Fiona is talking about physical objects, and it's more to do with the mass. And in theory, she shouldn't be able to store it in her aura for that long, but we just haven't seen the limitations of her semblance. Yeah, she's definitely OP sheep. He's one I've struggled with a lot. Yeah, because it makes sense that there would be a maximum amount of energy that he could store at a given time. But I don't think that storage tank would need to be filled up across 2 days of walking. Because as I mentioned before, just inherently through battle, he's going to be moving around a lot, depending on, and like, especially with his combat style, dives right into a fight. Hits his opponent with wind and gravity blowing into the sky, especially fighting with tonfas. I feel like there's going to be a lot of dynamic movement with his fighting style, and the fact that he's like the vanguard fighter of the team, it sounds like. He's the one who's diving in first. He's the one who's going to be in the thick of combat. He's going to be moving around a lot, and just naturally, I think he'd be able to build up that energy. It's just when he wants to use it. Does he want to periodically use it multiple times throughout the fight to give incremental boosts to his swings, boosts to his attacks, or does he want to store it all up for one finishing blow? And it's all how you want to write the character, right? Fiona can just hold things really well. Yes. Yeah. Fiona's semblance is insane. Like, because all I can think of when it comes to Fiona is, what if she happened to be there when that bomb was going to be dropped on Mantle? She just walks up, absorbs it into her aura. Does it stop the timer? If it explodes in her aura, is she just going to blow up too? And leave a crater the size of Mistral? Or Mantle? Or could she just store it for later use, and then at, you know, weeks down the road, if she finds something that she doesn't like, she could just drop the bomb on it and explode it. Like, she could literally just store nukes into her aura. It's insane. One of the things of all time. Yeah. Like, there's Fiona's semblance, Weiss's semblance, Rumpel's semblance. There's a few of them that just break the logic of the rule set that has been established in RWBY, and it's frustrating. Maybe store then release with X amount of hit. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because if he throughout battle, like after being in battle for like 30 seconds, a minute, couple minutes, stores up enough aura to land like one really strong blow, and then after like 5 or 10 minutes in battle of dodging and dancing around, then, you know, be able to have one massive swing. Granted, a lot of battles don't necessarily last as long as 10 minutes, but when you're a huntsman or huntress out in the field, we see what happened, for example, at the fall of Beacon Academy. People were running around constantly, and I know Beacon Academy is like a very massive scale example, but when you're out in the field protecting a village or things from Grimm, the fights against Grimm can last fairly long. It happens, what can you do? Well, I mean, there's nothing we can do, but we can at least clarify that, okay, these semblances should not be used as baselines, for example, for creating your own, because there are clear, like, rule sets for semblances, and then these are kind of like the outliers. But, yeah, I think with that in mind, overall, everything looks pretty good. I have to imagine that Juniper having the party animal on her team, along with the one who likes to pull pranks on his friends, Juniper's got to be having a rough time. It's got to be a rough time. Also, 14 foot tall, how well could he pull pranks? I know he's got the sticky threads, but 14 foot tall does not scream subtlety. An MLS is called the SCP Foundation. I see. But let's move on to the last character, and then we can go back and touch on anything if we need to. Name is just Eclipse. Ooh. English 13, human from Mistral as well. 5 foot tall. Eye color gray to light blue, black. Calm and calculated. Juniper has someone that she can get along with, and discreet. Extroverted though, not introverted like Juniper. Outgoing, loud, optimistic. Booksmart, cares about the team's bottom line. If I can save money by haggling, why not? Now, the bottom line for team funds probably wouldn't become all that necessary until graduation or after graduation, when they start taking jobs on their own. Maybe in the 3rd, 4th year when they start getting more experience, but there'd be interesting interactions at school, like spending money at school festivals or things, buying food, whether to be, you know, eating out versus buying the food to cook at home. Interesting. Yeah, think Nami. As a child of the council, Eclipse never wanted for anything. The maid raised her, read Fairy tales to Eclipse of fairy tales of old as bedtime stories. Eclipse tended to feel directionless, loneliness, and only doing what her parents expected. Eclipse is from a conservative family. As the middle child, she was expected to do elegant forms of dance and music. After she unlocked her semblance, she thought, maybe I can be more than just a pretty puppet, so she became a huntress. Now, with this backstory, as we learned with Cinder's backstory, once you're 17, then you can go and become a huntress, a huntsman or huntress. Your parents can't tell you what to do or not to do. But if she joined the combat schools at the age of 13, or 13, 14, did she disobey her parents, or did her parents give her the shot expecting her to fail and her to come back and be their puppet? I'm curious. Eclipse sounds like a sergeant. You used too many grenades killing that sandworm, damn it. Yeah. Semblance name is Center. Semblance. As a student, it allows her to alter her own weights to make herself lighter or heavier. It takes more focus. The more focused she is, the heavier she is. The more relaxed she is, the lighter she is. Oh, interesting. With Center, she makes herself lighter to escape and go faster to make her not fall. Interesting. So if she's focused or stressed, then she's heavier. And if she's relaxed and calm, then she's lighter. Tying that semblance into emotions adds a lot of extra depth to that semblance. That's nice. She also has a side out. Her parents think she died. Oh, so she faked her death to get away from her parents? Wow. That's rough. Was getting food? Ooh, what'd you get, Megas? Damn. That's honestly pretty metal as a backstory. And that's also going to lead to probably at least one awkward phone call if Team Jade ends up participating in the Vital Festival tournament. I'm guessing Eclipse probably wouldn't want to participate because she wouldn't want to be broadcast to the world and her parents potentially seeing her. Ooh, raps, nice. Interesting. Weapon name, Skull and Hati. Knee-high gladiator shoes. Ooh, she's a kicker. In a fight, Eclipse uses regional capoeira to vex and disorient opponents with acrobatics and unpredictable attacks. She focuses on single enemies, switching between light and heavy kicks. When she's light, her kicks doesn't do a lot of damage, but are fast. When she's heavier, her legs will not be kicked out. Damn, that works so well with her semblance, too. I love it. Equipment, gloves, and an earpiece. You would definitely need the gloves if you're going to be doing the, Sanji-esque kicks, where you're spinning on your hands, kicking, yeah. Yeah. Okay. The fairy tale myth. Ooh, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. In the future, Eclipse uses silver needles. Huh. Skull is water dust, Hati is lightning dust. This is used to stun and delay enemies. Can have Skull Hati imbued with ice, fire, wind dust to make conditioned shoes or conductive shoes. I think going with having Skull and Hati imbued with fire, ice, fire, and wind, I think you'd only need 2. I don't think you'd need 3 different dust types. I would go with infusing the weapons that she's already used to using with dust, rather than adding 2 extra weapons for her to use. Especially since her fighting style is mostly involving kicks. it wouldn't make sense for her to try to switch between kicking her opponent and then fighting with needles as well, because the needles would have to be wielded in the hands. Because then it would also make, if she's fighting with the needles, it would make it hard to then balance on the hands to kick. Air-conditioned shoes for memes, yeah! Chicken mint, sour cream, olives, cheese, dollop, salsa. Ooh, sounds good. Sounds good. But yeah, gladiator shoes as the weapons. I like that a lot. Neat, nifty? Well, you really got Has-Been Hotel on the mind, huh? But yeah, I think I would stick with the, and that's something I've always been a proponent of, is that huntsmen and huntresses train to master the weapons that they are accustomed to. That is why most huntsmen and huntresses, in fact, every single one that we've seen, has a designated weapon. They are not jack of all trades. If they need to, they could pick up, a 2x4 off the ground and fight with it. It's just not going to be their accustomed weapon. They fight with their given weapons because it's much more efficient to master a single weapon that you're going to be bringing with you everywhere, rather than try to guess and decide what weapon you'll use in a given scenario, going on a mission in Mistral compared to Vacuo, etc. And if you come across any opponent, if they have mastered their weapon that they're fighting with, and there's a jack of all trades character where they're fighting with a weapon that they're not accustomed to using, the master of their own weapon is going to win every single time. It's going to have the needles shoot out from the shoes. Oh. Huh. That could definitely work. It's just, I still, honestly, I like the meme idea of air-conditioned shoes. That just sounds funny in and of itself. But I'm not all that familiar with the capoeira fighting style. But from this brief description, it does sound like she's going to be very much a close combat fighter. So if the needles are shooting out from the gladiator shoes, wouldn't that mean that she would then, it would give added capability for more like mid-ranged fighting? She wouldn't have to be in direct contact with her opponents to start dealing damage to them. But I don't know how well that would incorporate into the fighting style that she would have already been training in for, years at this point, over half a decade. Plus, you also have to consider the needles with water and lightning dust. How, since these needles are, once they're shot out from her shoes, they're no longer in contact with her aura, meaning they would no longer be affected by her semblance. So they would just be needles that could potentially be swatted away by someone's weapon. Now, sure, lightning dust, if they have a metal weapon, which most people in RWBY do, that would still potentially electrocute them, or give them a little shock, depending on how much lightning dust is charged into these needles. But if the dust is then put into the gladiator shoes themselves, then Eclipse's semblance would still work on them, and now when she lands that heavy kick that, an opponent needs to block, and they're kind of like pinned to the ground, the anime scenes where they take a heavy blow and they fall to one knee, now all of a sudden their arms are starting to freeze together as they're blocking that blow. And then Eclipse can then just come around and roundhouse kick him in the head, and the fight's done. So, more to delay. Yeah. But is delaying a tactic that fits with her fighting style is more what I'm curious about. I understand wanting to have the added utility, but I don't know if it necessarily fits. And again, you know the character better than I do, but it's just, when it comes to designing the... Hi. Hello. Yes, hi, Cat. When it comes to designing characters, weapons, and semblances, everything's going to work with each other to some extent. So the character would have a given fighting style, have a given weapon and semblance, and would want them to work in tandem with one another. The fighting style would be based on the weapon, and sometimes the semblance is just not even going to play a factor in the fighting style, depending on what type of semblance is. There's plenty of non-combat semblances. But would something be added to the weapon that would be counterintuitive to the fighting style? That's something I always try to consider when I'm adding anything to characters or designing a character in general, and what given abilities, like how do they fight? And how would that weapon work with how they fight? If it doesn't work, then I try to change things, maybe don't add things, yeah. Effectively, the OC is a weapon system. Everything works in League to achieve a goal, yes. And often that goal is just killing Grim, but you gotta be a taxi quickly? I see. Well, have fun. Don't get charged extra. Make sure to ask for a tip. But overall, I like the idea of gladiator shoes. I really liked the fighting style of Milsha and Melanie Malachite, because they fought with bladed boots. And, you know, we didn't see enough of them. I need to see more. Oh, cute kitty. But yeah, overall, very good characters. Interesting team. And I mean, if Eclipse never wanted for anything, I'm guessing there would also be some butting of heads between Eclipse and Juniper on top of that. Never knew Velvet could turn into a taxi. Yeah, I know, right? Go Gadget taxi, huh? But yeah, I think overall everything's pretty good. Just those other little things to consider with the weapon and combat style for Eclipse. The not necessarily range, but the extent of storage for the semblance for Dwayne. Then the height for Ash, if that's something you want to incorporate into the story. And then the name, hopefully we gave you some decent ideas for it. And then, and yeah, Juniper was pretty much all good, I think. I like to compare and contrast. Ah, yeah, makes sense. Is there anything else you'd like me to touch on? Anything else you'd like me to go over, or any questions that you'd have? Because I think I asked most of the questions that I've seen already. I think they're Autobot, Decepticon, or other. Probably unaffiliated. All right. Yeah, I think that's pretty good overall. Yeah. But no myth for Dwayne either. Is there any Indian or Hindu myths that relate to speed and kinetic energy? You don't necessarily need one. Like, what to you, what inspired the character? Like, what got you thinking about the character this way? What got you thinking about energy semblance and the temporary storage and then things like that? Was it something involving, like, the Tonfa guns? Was, like, because myths, unless it's something that I actually know about, I can't really help all that much with them. Because with the name being inspired by Indian and Hindu origins, I do not know much, if anything at all, about Indian and Hindu mythologies, stories, or history. It was the weapon, okay. Maybe there'd be something to look into in, like, the origin of Tonfas? The Tonfa fighting style, maybe? Maybe there'd be... Maybe there's a myth, like a mythological character, a god or deity, that... I don't know if there would be a god or deity that fights with Tonfas, but it could be something to look into. I don't know about any fairy tales that might, fit that. But it's something to look into, at least. Yeah, I'm just... not... Yeah, like, when it comes to fairy tales and myths, it's kind of just whatever helps inspire the character, because you don't necessarily need a fairy tale or myth. You don't. It's just whatever inspires the character, you can use that as the character's inspiration. Yeah. But, thank you for sharing your characters. Thank you for sharing your characters, Nice Crit. I appreciate it. Well-designed characters. Hopefully we're able to help with some things. Hopefully we're able to help with a couple semblance names, semblance balancing, and helped you start thinking about more things for your characters. Thank you for sharing. Oh, posture check. Okay. Oh. Man, I'm tired again because I didn't get to sleep enough this morning. I had a dentist appointment. Pain. No wombo combo indeed. All right. Posture check and hydrate. And Ray's making me get up and stretch. Silver, thank you for the bits. Thank you, I appreciate it. And stretch now too. Yeah, hi buddy. Hello. And pet the kitty. Oh, you're just right here up and ready to be petted. It's like you planned this. Yes. Yeah, buddy. Uh-huh. Yeah. Ultra combo. The triple threat. Uh-huh. Yes. Yeah, buddy. I go lurk now. Thank you for joining in, Crit, and thank you for, watching the stream long enough for, to submit 4 character sheets. I appreciate it. I don't necessarily need an illusion. I know people like that. Me, for example. Alternatively, you don't have to have your character be cultural homogenous. That's true. Absolutely. Like, characters don't necessarily need an inspiration. Like, Team Coffee, for example. They're inspired by different desserts. That's their entire inspiration. So characters can come from anywhere. The character could just be inspired by Tonfas, the weapon. Like, really. Inspiration comes from anywhere. And no form of inspiration is wrong so long as it does not harm another individual. Yeah. Chaos, hello! We're about to start reviewing Magus's characters. Oh, I see the artwork that you posted. That artwork's so cute! I've reviewed Pelos. I recognize Pelos, yeah. Let's see. Okay, let's do this. Do this. Do this. Put that there. Grab this. Go here. Okay. Can go here. Let's see. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Let's see here. Okay. Have that. And that should be good. I talked earlier. He says he's refined him and added more sins. Ah, okay. I know Vortex proofread for you. Okay, cool. And go here. And should be good to go. They all said it was all right. Cool. I look forward to it. Alternate universe OC. Last time was a simple overlook. Now it's the backstory. Gets a little dark. As long as it's not going to be like TOS, that or like extremely traumatizing, then should be all right. Yep, Pelos Clay, male, lop-eared bunny faunus. The trait is the ears. Volume 1, 4'5", Volume 6, 4'9", 5 foot, and then fully grown after Volume 9. We don't exactly know the time span between Volume 8 and 9, so I'm guessing that's still, like, able to be adjusted, but yeah. Age, same as Ruby throughout the series. Rough dirty green, like uncut emerald. Aw. Okay. Need to dip in like 10 minutes. Gaming regimen is calling me. No worries. No worries, Toothed. 10 minutes, I should be able to read through, I think, at least decent chunk of the backstory, if not all of it. So we'll see. Backstory. Born and raised in an SDC mine somewhere on the continent of Solitus. Due to living in the harsh conditions and falling ill, Faunus, porcelain clay, died shortly after giving birth, living just long enough to share her son's name with her husband. Argelos? She told him that Pelos means mud, but she chose the name as he was born of clay, and such a soft, malleable clay he needs to be worked carefully by a father's loving hands. Aw, cute! I mean, incredibly sad, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of heartfelt meaning in the name for sure. As a precaution, Argelos secretly used his own aura to unlock Pelos's, hoping this would allow the boy to withstand the mine's harsh environment. But the man didn't stop there. To keep Pelos innocent of the mine's true horrors, he lied to him. Thick walls and guards, those were here to keep everyone safe. The environment was to test everyone, to keep them on their toes. The harsh working conditions and hours, to push everyone to be the best that they could be. Oh no. And so, Pelos grew, blissfully unaware of his father's falsehoods. Grew to be an energetic child, making games of hard labor, pushing heavy carts and seeing how fast it could go uphill. Singing nonsensical songs and even making games for everyone to play. Oh no. We found Pelos is on the same level as Obsidius. Ah, okay. Have to go? Alright, see you, Ray. Thank you for joining in. This happy-go-lucky and peppy attitude, combined with his relentless optimism and encouragement, rubbed off on his fellow workers, and over the course of 13 years, both the mine's productivity and worker morale increased by a total of 25%. Does that mean he gets a cut of the profits? When Pelos was young, he discovered something amazing. Head pats. Oh. His father gave him one when he did an especially good job, like pulling 7 carts at once. Oh my god. How strong is this kid? When the machine broke down, or helping lift a big rock off an old man Jenkins' leg. This bunny's got some muscles. But the best day ever was when Pelos was digging and he stumbled into an untouched cavern brimming full of dust. The day he got a head pat from everyone, even the guards. Aw. But there it is. All good things end in time. When Pellis was 13, he was deep in a new cavern. He eventually came back out to show his papa all the dust he had collected. 3 whole carts all by himself. How? Employee of the... Not even employee of the year, employee of the entire facility. But the scene that greeted him was grim, to say the least. He should have noticed that his home was silent. In truth, he didn't notice until he saw the large body of a strange, large, black dog-like creature. Its body slumped at the mineshaft's entrance, flicking slowly into nothing. He then saw it, the wall, torn down and trampled, large tracks of some great beast. No, multiple. A herd. He spent ages looking for someone, anyone, Old Man Jenkins, Nana Zeph, until he found his papa under the big black and white dog thingy. It took a long time to understand what happened, and he had to do what he learned. Dig a hole. One for Old Man Jenkins, one for Zeph, and the one that hurt the most. One for his papa. When he was done, he placed his father's hat on his mound, pulled on his father's right glove, and gave himself a head pat. He forced himself back to work. After a short mental breakdown, that is, he did it all. Loaded dust onto carts, then into crates, and sent them off to where they were needed. This lasted for 3 months, until the food ran out. He gathered his things into a rucksack, his papa's gloves, some leftover food, and his favorite purple dust, and the shards that remained of his papa's pickaxe. Not yet sure what would become of them, the largest shard, now a necklace, on a simple leather cord around his neck. He climbed into a crate and threw a stone, hitting the go button, and off he was sent, heading for the city of Mantle, where his life would start anew. Saying to himself, I know everyone I lost, everyone I loved. They wouldn't want me to be sad. So for them, I'll be as happy as I can. For them, I'll keep smiling. Oh no. I mean, to be an OC is to suffer, to say the least. We are the same in that aspect. We write our OCs to go through trauma. The music is really kind of counter to the overall mood of the story. I apologize for that, but damn. I was tearing up there reading that. That was excellent job, Magus. Excellent job. That was very well written. I enjoyed that. Now, the most striking thing of all of this, he pulled 7 carts by himself? How strong is this boy? Yeah, you did good, Magus. That was good. It was well written. Yeah, it was good. It was good, and it was adorable. He likes head pats. But my God, and the way that you turned that into like at the end, like you made that head pat something like happy, something that he enjoyed, and then just gave himself a head pat. That hurts. That's good. As a writer, that is excellent. When you can take something like that and then use that, as bad as it sounds, you can use that to hurt the audience. That's good. That's good writing. Granted, I'm not a writer, so I'm not speaking from a professional level, but that's good. You're being able to use things to evoke emotion in the audience, which is very good. But yeah, he is has the optimism of a friggin' saint and the strength of Hercules if he can pull 7 carts by himself, though. Yeah, that's an experience, I see. I ain't no writer. Not a professional one, at least. I try. but it's up to other people to judge whether I succeed or not. But yeah, honestly, I think all good. Like, I just enjoyed that. Thank you for sharing. The only things that I would have to comment on are more just like how much he's able to do, because this is before the age, it's 13 years old, and he was able to push 7 carts at once. Mine carts are insanely heavy. I can't quite remember. Does he have a strength semblance? Because that would explain it. But that's just the main thing that stands out. Aura strengthening is a thing, but like, for example, Ruby Rose, I couldn't see her pushing even a single minecart, let alone 7 at once. Aura strengthening is like at the age of 13, or well, this is before the age of 13 where he was pulling 7 carts at once. Like, I feel like pulling even a single cart at once when he was young is probably deserving of praise in and of itself. 7 at once might be a bit excessive, because that's sounding like he's as strong, possibly stronger than Yatsuhashi as a second-year student at Beacon is just the thing. Oh, vast majority were empty. Okay, I'm thinking that they were full minecarts. Okay, and helped lift rock off Old Man Jenkins' leg. Okay. Okay, that's more understandable than if they were empty, because I'm thinking full minecarts. Like, how he's just like Herculean strength, but similar to Gemini. Ah, okay. I believe I remember Gemini. Just being a good boy. Why do the worst things happen to the most positive people? No. I want good things for him in the future of his story, okay? No more pain. Sweet boy needs to be protected. He's so innocent. He's adorable in the chibi, though. He's the goodest boy. Oh no, Magus, no! Don't hurt the bunny boy! No! Gotta go. Great work, Magus. Yeah, I agree. Have a good rest of your day, Tooth. Have a good rest of your weekend, actually. Not the ... I know. And then he's just adorable. This was artwork by Victor. Oh, Victor drew this! That's cute! Oh, that's awesome. It looks so good. And then this is Pelos's emblem, the shattered pickaxe. God, the pain that emblem. And I know, with Pelos being as innocent as he is, he would mean no harm by it, but what if he told that story to the rest of his team? All of them should be in tears. Oh my god. Any advice? Not really. Like, you seem to... Like, there's probably a couple little punctuation things if I went into great detail about it. Because, like, in the first sentence here, born and raised in an SDC mine somewhere in the continent of Solitas. Probably should be, like, a period, like, that type of thing. And then, like, this is very much a run-on sentence. Due to the harsh conditions and falling ill, Aphanis, porcelain clay, died shortly after giving birth. Period. Well, no, living just long enough to share her son's name with her husband, Argos. Period. The period should be here. She told him that Pelos means mud, but she chose the name. He was born of clay, da-da-da-da. Like, because this is, as it's written, this is all one sentence. Like, that type of thing. That'd be the main thing that I'd have to comment on, which is very, very minor. when it comes to like the way the story was written, it's very good. Like, and I'm not just saying that. That's good, because you introduced like the character, the situation that he was raised in. You set it up so like how he became as positive as he was, and just grew, and you introduced like something that he enjoys with the head pats, and then you were able to turn that on the audience, evoking the emotion that you wanted to evoke from them. Like, it's good. It's good. Like, I don't really have any comments on the actual writing in and of itself, other than what I mentioned already, was just like 7 minecarts is a lot. Even depending on how young he is, 7 minecarts at once is a lot. Like, even just think about it, a 7-year-old pulling 1 empty minecart by themselves. That sounds pretty praiseworthy in and of itself. It's just scaling that and minor little grandma things. That's about it. Like, no worries, Magus. Like, it's just a little minor thing. And honestly, that's something that's a lot more easy to learn and to fix. That's what, like, you know, having someone edit it is for, just to look through and just be like, okay, well, just put a period here, put a comma here, put a period there. That's very easy. It's not like in other things where it's just like, okay, this all needs to be rewritten and reorganized, or this doesn't make sense or anything, because everything makes sense in the story. Everything is understandable. It evokes emotions from the reader. It's good. It's just good. Is there anything like specific that you'd like me to comment on? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, like, when it comes to offering help, I'm best at offering help with like what I know most about, which is RWBY. Because I had to retake my grade 12 English, because I didn't fail it. I got 67 when I needed a 70 to apply to university. So English has not been my strongest suit. Because apparently, according to my English teacher, I was not a good writer. But, yeah, overall, very, very good. Very, very good. It's more, is there anything you could elaborate on? Like, to be fair, you could add in as much detail as you wanted to. As a brief introduction to the character, though, this is probably pretty good as is. You could add in, like, I'm just trying to think if there's anything that in particular could need the elaboration. I don't think so. Because he'd never seen a Grimm before like this. One thing that I guess that could use a little bit of elaboration. Because, yeah, although speaking from Pelos's perspective, it took a long time to understand what happened. He had to do what he learned, dig the graves for the people that he knew. So, from my understanding, since the food that was left lasted for 3 months, this mine was not checked up on regularly by Shinidust Company employees, because you did mention previously that there were guards. They were there to keep everyone safe. So, based on the descriptions here, the Grimm wiped out everyone, but the Grimm itself was also killed. Or rather, a herd of Grimm marched through There was that one Grimm left that was killed, and the rest of them had left, but killed everyone else there. With his hat and a scarf were made by Nana Zeph. You see them in the Bean Pick Crew. Okay, the Bean Pick Crew. Okay. I struggle with pronunciation, or punctuation and capitalization. Also spelling, I don't really care. And as long as the general message of your story gets through, that's really what's the most important. I think the elaboration could be on, like, how exactly, what, like, why, well, I guess that's something that would be explained later. But he forced himself back to work, so he continued working for 3 months alone at the mine. No one came to check on him. There was no communication from the SDC, because you'd think that the workers would be communicating with someone in the SDC company at least at some point, at least every week, I'd imagine. But there was nothing. One with the hat. The one with the hat. It was all I knew. Felt like it would hide if a stranger turned up. I feel like that'd be worth mentioning then, because that is something that stands out. Like, he was there for 3 months alone until the food ran out. So if someone else did come to check on him, he would think that maybe the Grimm would be coming back. Not that he would know what the Grimm were, but so he'd go and hide. Everyone would see the carnage, see the graves, assume that whoever was left, and the mine would be left abandoned. And then there's also the question of he climbed into a crate and threw a stone, hitting the go button. Off he was sent, heading for the city of Mantle. So he would end up at whatever facility the mine carts led to, meaning that he would be at an SDC facility. How exactly would that work out for him going from being a slave at an SDC SDC mine to ending up at the facility and then being able to go to an academy? We must protect the bunny boy. Indeed. Indeed. He deserves all the head pats that he would ever want. But that's like something that can be elaborated on later down the road. Because it's just, this lasted for 3 months until the food ran out. I guess if loaded dust into carts, the crates, sent them off to where they were needed. Even alone, since he was alone, the productivity of the mine would be dropping. Because now that I'm thinking about it in a little bit more detail, he'd still be sending off the dust in the mine carts, so the facility would still be receiving dust shipments, but the productivity of the mine as a whole would have dropped drastically now that the entire workforce, except for one boy, was wiped out. So someone at the SDC facility would be asking questions. They would try to radio down to the employees that are working there, would get no response. Then they would come to check on the mine and see what's going on. They would find the carnage that had been left, they would find the graves, but they would also know that shipments are continuing to be sent of dust. Even if they saw everything that happened, assumed that, okay, there's no more shipments going to be coming, even if Pelos hid, once the SDC employees went back to the facility, if shipments of dust continued to arrive, they would be investigating that heavily. I don't know if Pelos would have been able to last 3 months without being found, because questions would be raised, and It's mostly automated system. Loading and shipping, that is. Tortuga found the shipment. Okay. Velvet, hello. Velvet, I recommend going back to when I first started reading the story of Pelos here, and watching that to get full effect. I recommend doing that. He was found and brought to Jacques. I don't know why. Would he be brought to Jacques? Lop-eared rabbit faunus. I think you want to hear his story from beginning to end as I'm reading it. Because Bunny Boy. That's why, Velvet. Just tell you, it's the story. The OC submission here is 2 pages of story. To get the full effect, I recommend going back and just watching me read through it. I just recommend doing that. Yeah, it's just the logic of the 3 months and he was never found. And then he threw himself in a crate and was sent himself to the city of Mansell, well, the SDC sorting facility, which I guess if it's like the snowshoe shipping company where it was just automated by drones, he'd be able to sneak out and be able to try to find his way, but he would have no money and nothing on his person. Maybe some dust crystals that he could sell. Is it just because Bun Boy? Yes, and story that involves Bun Boy? You... Speaking as a person who wrote a story about a bunny character, would you not want to read/listen to another story about a bunny character? Rail, hello! Happened earlier than I expected. Well, I mean, I did forecast that it was at noon Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, it's just the 3 months without being found, I guess, is the main thing that I'm questioning. But other than that, as I mentioned, well, all right, well, do what you will, Velvet. Do what you will. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that I think could be expanded on is the 3 months and how he was not found. You work on a couple things? Yeah. I mean, every story is a work in progress, right? But as I mentioned, overall, very well done. Very well done with the story. Yeah. Because that's one thing that I struggle with a lot when writing as well, and I think, at least for me, puts me in a bit of, I don't know if writing paralysis is the right word, but writer's block is how does, like, logically trying to write, okay, this is what I want to happen, this is the starting point, how does this character logically make these decisions to get to this point? How does this all work out? If there is no way that I can figure out how it works out, then I have to change how they get from point A to point B. Yeah, that pain. Read the wrong time. Ah, okay. No worries, Rail. No worries. But yeah, thank you for sharing, Magus. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know if I was really able to help with much of anything, but I appreciate you sharing the story. It was great. I really enjoyed it. Brought out the feels for sure. The pain. Someone who has 2 degrees based on writing history. There's still nothing as scary to me as a blank page. Yep. Blank page is very daunting, to say the least. Just showing off your canon OC and open to feedback. Sure thing, Chaos. Sure thing. Okay. We'll do that. Go like that. And there. And there. That should be good. I didn't realize that I missed something in writing. Some things? Well, I'm glad I was able to help. I see a blank page. I want to doodle. Also, were you poking at what I've recently written? No. I was saying, as someone who's very interested in bunnies and writing stories about bunnies, wouldn't you also want to read a story about a bunny? That face value, that's all I was saying. Not everything is taking pot shots. Domestic to explain everything I can. Well, let's start, and I'll ask if I have any questions. Oliver Sheehan, which Sheehan is Japanese for cyan. 5'8", hey, same height as me. 1.76 meters. 20 years old, 4 years before the start of RWBY. So by the start of RWBY would be 24. Okay. Male, human, right-handed. Fears nomophobia. Fear of no technology. Oh. So without his weapon and his scroll would be like crippling fear? So the cross-continental communication system, when that went down, that must have been probably a traumatic time for him. Oliver Sheehan is an honest, friendly, and straightforward person, forever looking at at things with an objective mindset. This means he will tell people the facts and try to do his best to consider how people will react to those facts. Oliver is also known to become obsessively fixated on working on improving any aspect of himself he believes he needs to work on. Rail, nice. Got 2 reviews? Part 2. Okay. Are you planning on redeeming more than 2 parts? Because I think those 2 were the last 2 that are currently available. I'm going to add more once I start... once I get to the end of the current ones. I do them in batches of 10 just to make sure that everyone who has redeemed is still currently available on stream to chime in for any questions and everything. All 4 are on 2 pages. Excellent. Perfect, then. All right. Cyber B0. Damn. Interesting weapon name. Oh. Cyber B0, or Cyber Bow. Cyber, is it pronounced Bow, or does he actually pronunciate it B0? Is a metal bow staff that can separate into 3 segments and can be linked together using hard light dust. This same technology allows Oliver Sheehan to create hard light weapons at the end of his bow staff. However, he only has limited hard light charge to generate the weapon. Can check the charge of hard light dusts with a screen on the center of the segmented bow staff. Interesting. Okay, so we can create a polearm, sai, katana blade, spear, hammer, mace. Interesting. What are normal margins? Like when you open a Word document, just the normal margins that are actually there. B0s. Okay. So there's an S on the end, so it's B0s? Yeah, hard light weapons, spear, hammer, sword, chain, axe, sai. Okay. Interesting. Definitely a high-tech weapon for sure. Though this does seem to kind of lean into the kind of jack-of-all-trades, master of none that I've mentioned before. Uses a combat fighting style called combat.exe. Fighting style starts by creating a dome of defense around him with his weapon and focuses on wearing down his opponent, as well as analyze the combat situation and weaknesses of his opponents. When Oliver has formed a plan, he will use hard light weapons to win the fight. Huh. Semblance Technology Creator allows Oliver to create or transform any metal-based object from his thoughts by using his aura to shape the metal. However, Oliver needs a real-life amount of metal and needs to know the object extremely well to use his semblance. Oliver, doesn't have enough aura to use his semblance on large or heavy complex metals. Okay. When Oliver uses his semblance, cyan-colored aura circuit patterns originate from where he touches the metal. Ah, trace on. Got it. Allows Oliver to create or transform any metal-based object from his thoughts. Huh. So he can shape metal with his semblance. But the semblance name is Technology Creator. Is he adding circuitry to it somehow? S just got auto-corrected. Ah, okay, it's B0. Got it. He should be from Atlas with the amount of hard light dust that he has. He's from Vale, but his family has strong Atlas connections. Ah. That's a lot of hard light dust for not being directly from Atlas. But yeah, the Technology Creator semblance, is he creating actual technology, or is he just able to mold metal with his semblance? It would be a similar situation to Velvet Scarlatina, I'm sure. So, like, it's not impossible by any means, but we do know that Velvet, when she was in the... was it after the fall or before the dawn? It was before the dawn. She had mentioned that she was running low on hard light dust, so you need to definitely have the continuous connections to Atlas to be able to get the hard light weapons. So it's... Immediately when I see hard light, I'm immediately thinking Atlas, but it's not impossible to be elsewhere. Molds the metal, but due to how he is, he just named it in reference to what he primarily uses the semblance for. Okay. All right, interesting. Yeah, semblance allows Oliver to create or transform any metal-based object from his thoughts, using his aura to shape the metal. And I would, and this is just my own personal preference, I would remove the word create here. Allows Oliver to transform any metal-based object from his thoughts. Because when it says allows Oliver to create, that implies that he's actually creating the metal from his aura. Which, well, I've made my thoughts, I've mentioned before my thoughts on permanent creations born from semblance. That's just my own holdups when it comes to semblance creation. Yeah. Let's go into the backstory, though. Oliver Sheehan is the youngest son of a family that owns a tech shop in a coastal town in the Vale Kingdom that has strong connections with the Atlas Kingdom. Oliver and his two older brothers were raised mostly by their grandparents. Oliver was bullied by his brothers. Aw, rough. He should take their kneecaps. Due to his habit of taking and tinkering their stuff without asking. Okay, well, that's not necessarily bullied. That's just stop being a brat, stop taking our stuff. But if they picked on him excessively, then yeah. During one of his peaceful tinkering sessions, Oliver first used his semblance, and then started practicing his semblance in secret. After a while, his brothers discovered Oliver had a semblance and told his parents. When his parents found out, they were about to send him to Atlas Academy, wanting the best for their son. Having seen it go against logic, Oliver changed the form so he would go to Pharos Academy instead. Oh, he made a forgery of the form. Okay, because I'm thinking he changed the form. I immediately thought, how could his semblance allow him to change the form? No, he took an eraser, erased Atlas Academy, and said Pharos. Got it. During his time at Pharos Academy, well, wouldn't his parents have known that he wasn't sent to Atlas? Wouldn't they know that the check that they're writing to Atlas Academy isn't actually paying for a student? Rest of the team protected from his brothers. That's good. I have to go. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you for joining in, Maki. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Manipulate in shape. Yeah, that's a good terminology to have, cats. I agree. It sounds like a typical sibling thing of taking others' things. Yeah, that does. I'm an only child, so I don't have first-hand experience with that. It caused family drama between him and his parents, which did hurt him, which makes sense, but he knows what he wants, and he's absolutely not afraid to go get it, that's for sure. During his time at Pharos Academy, Oliver regularly struggled in combat and weapon lessons because he couldn't find a metal weapon that he was happy with. Seeing Oliver struggle, a teacher guided Oliver to create RWBY Zero and help him develop his fighting style. After making and training with his weapon, Oliver thought of using hard light tech with his bow staff to cover his non-combat semblance. Near the end of his time at Pharos Academy, Oliver humiliated one of his bullies and was attacked after the session. However, Jay Augeri and Diego Bianca helped Oliver fend off the group of bullies. After graduation from Pharos, Oliver moved on to Beacon Academy, where Oliver joined Jay, Tom, and Diego Bianca and became... I always forget what the team name is supposed to be pronounced as. During his time at Beacon Academy, Oliver constantly improved in every curriculum and continued to train using mainly hard light dust attachments for RWBY Zero with the help of his teammates. Outside of classes, Oliver can be found most of the time inside the team dorm room, improving the tech for him and his teammates. Sometimes with with explosively disastrous results. Much to the frustration of Glinda Goodwitch. What is the team name? OOSD. I mean, it's right on screen. Or is it too small to be read? Is it too small on screen? Because I can enlarge it. Okay. Yes, how do you pronounce OOSD? What's it pronounced as? I think is what Velvet was asking then. Yeah, how is it meant to be said? There we go. Asking the correct questions. But yeah, very interesting character for sure. He's got an interesting way of naming things. Combat.exe. He definitely kind of lives in his own world, huh? To some extent. He seems to definitely do his own thing without really caring what other people think of him. Best is a long-awaited O and then SD. Oozed? Team Oozed? I like to label him as a nerd. Oh, absolutely. That's kind of a given, I think. Is the word meant to be? I think, based on what Chaos is saying, is oozed? Team Oozed? But yeah, he was... a techie is probably the best term for him. Grew up as the son of a family who owns a tech shop, connections to Atlas, a semblance that allows him to shape his creativity, and to be able to design a weapon like that, that's pretty good too. On-screen display. It's a kid from Stuart Little but grown up. Velvet, why do you gotta be like that? You're not wrong, but... I don't know. I like obviously the segmented bow staff idea. I'm a fan of that because that's what the weapon I designed for Nile. One of my characters that was introduced in like chapter 2 or 3 of Seraph. Has Mashal. OP on repeat in your head. You're watching Mashal too. As well, Pink. It's such a good show. But yeah, overall, I have no real... I don't think there's really anything I can add because the semblance is limited in scope, that it's only metal that he can shape. Obviously, he can't just touch an opponent's weapon and completely deform it into something unusable because it's cloaked in aura, so there's going to be limitations in that, and it's not meant to be a combat semblance in and of itself. It allows him to shape and mold metal to like add little pieces for his weapons and slot things together. It's not like he can just touch a giant cube of metal and then mold a car out of it and be able to use it. So, two market workers, well, sure, why not? If Kevin McAllister was in RWBY, no, I don't think he's Kevin McAllister-esque, but granted, with the stuff that Kevin McAllister is able to do and the ideas that he has, best opening song in 2024 already. I mean, the year's still young. It's only a month through. There's still so much more time. So many more things that could happen. Because, I mean, Konosuba Season 3 is coming out this year. That opening's going to be a banger. As those who like music would describe it. But yeah, overall, I think it's pretty good. Pretty balanced semblance. Interesting weapon. Personally, due to my own preconceptions, like he's not the... He's a very analytical fighter, obviously. So him having all of these different weapon types to try and use that to his advantage makes sense. I don't know how well it would work for him. I think he's the type of character who would want to fight like that, but if he comes up with the 6 different attachments for his bow staff, he wouldn't necessarily be a master at using any of them. And so if he came up against an opponent who, as I mentioned before, like fighting an opponent who has mastered their weapon, he might be at an inherent disadvantage. But he seems less of a combat-oriented, like, he does fight, but he excels at the non-fighting aspects. He's more the problem solver tactician, I would imagine. If that makes sense. But, yeah, is there anything specific you'd like me to touch on, Chaos? Because it all seems pretty good. And also Mera drew the character image, and Chaos, you designed the weapon yourself? You drew each aspect of this? Of the weapon's design? That's pretty cool. Just wanted feedback? Okay. I think overall, it's pretty good. I have my own thoughts and dispositions on jack-of-all-trade weapons, but all of these are built into one weapon. So I'm guessing he'd probably prefer one or two of the attachments compared to all of the others, but the others exist if he thinks it might be useful in certain situations. So I think overall he just has have one weapon that can have multiple different attachments, so that makes sense, and it fits so well with his personality too. Like, with the way that he's, as I mentioned, analytical, it would just fit with his fighting style. He may not be the strongest fighter on his team, but when fighting Grim, for sure, he'd be able to do pretty well. Keith, hey, how's it going? Looks like he likes swinging weapons. Well, with a bow staff, right, you're going to be swinging it around and maneuvering it around a lot, so twirls and smacks. Yes, hi. So having those types of weapons makes sense. Yeah, buddy. Yes. Hello. Mid RWBY D&D session, don't tell your group. I'll do my best not to. How far are you into the RWBY D&D? Is this the first part of the campaign? Midway through? Near the end? How much chaos have you caused? And have you encountered Weiss Schnee yet? That's probably the most important question. Because if you're in the campaign, 100% the DM's going to write Weiss Schnee in there in some capacity. Keith isn't paying attention to canon. Well, of course he's not, because if Weiss is written in there, boy howdy is his character going to have some interactions. He's going to hit on Weiss and maybe get shot down. Rolling out one. Val, hello. All the bats for the brain cell, indeed. Indeed. It's a standalone story in Vacuo with an OC who isn't Obsidious. Ah, okay. I see. Well, I mean, given the way that Atlas treated Vacuo, there could always be non-player characters that make offhanded comments in a very negative fashion about the Schnee family. Just for fun. Cat, hi. Thank you for that. Hope you're having fun with the sand, and more sand. Yeah, sounds like fun. And Val, thank you again for the bits. I appreciate it. But yeah, overall chaos. Getting back to your character, I think very well designed. The weapon's well thought out. For the type of character that he is, it makes sense to have a very technical weapon, technical fighting style. And as long as the limitations of the semblance are taken into account, like just because the semblance sounds to me, and clarify if I'm wrong, it sounds like it's only for just small pieces of metal. Shiny Haunter, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to stream. Say what? You're canon now? What do you mean? You're in the show? Were you in the Ever After? Are you one of the paper pleasers? When did this happen? Send you the context in Discord? Okay. But yeah, I think overall chaos, that's pretty well done. And then there's the graduation with Oliver right here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. I understand. The RWBY stream. But now, that does bring up the question, are the RWBY streams meant to be canon? Are they advertised as canon? Because I... have thoughts. But that's cool you were brought up on the stream. That's really cool. Keith has a canon, makes more sense, but canon Keith doesn't sound like it fits. Well, I don't have the volume on Discord. I have Discord muted, just so there's no pings or anything. But Keith sent me a clip of the RWBY VTuber stream where I'm guessing he was mentioned. So RWBY canonically knows who Keith is, assuming, of course, the RWBY streams are canon. Which is fair. I fit the column naming rule. This is true. This is very true. So canonically, there might be a character with your exact name that is inspired by you, but the real life Keith being in RWBY, we have yet to see it on screen. But when it comes to like the RWBY streams being canon, that is questionable. Just want to be in the show. Simple for whites. Not wrong. I doubt the RWBY streams are canon. Just might mention some canon topics. Oh yeah, the RWBY streams absolutely should not be canon. Like, I will say that absolutely clearly, because that things on stream, so many unexpected things can happen. There might be mention of canon things. I don't think any canon information is meant to be revealed on those streams, but one step closer. One step closer indeed. Is this a copium situation? Shh. Rail, you don't have to mention it. It's just a fun RWBY stream. Exactly. Meow. Yes, cat. Keith will get there one day. Eventually. Once they make, like, you know, full dive VR technology, Sword Art Online style, and you can teleport yourself into the world of RWBY. Lord knows, Keith is going to be first on that list. Not fully Sword Art Online-esque. I don't want to get permanently trapped in the world of RWBY, because, wow, I'd be dead in 5 minutes, but it shouldn't make much people be on copium. But sorry we're getting kind of distracted from your story, Chaos. Yeah, hi, buddy. Hi. I appreciate that you're so loving and all, but why do you have to rub your snot in my ear? Wet willies are unappreciated. Oh, look, thanks to Keith. I'm now 1 degree of separation from Ruby Rose by parasocial friendship, so I need Keith to remain canon. You know, when you put it like that, being permanently stuck in Yu-Gi-Oh, it depends on what Yu-Gi-Oh we talking about here. I know that technically all of them, I guess, are supposed to happen in the same universe, but at what point in time are we talking about? Oh no, there's multiple on Copium. I volunteer as tribute. Obsidious for Volume 11? I mean, the thing is, if any, it might be Volume 11, it might be Volume 12, but if any fan-made characters are going to be added to RWBY canon as just a cameo appearance in any capacity, because that's probably all it would be, is a cameo appearance, it would have to be during the final fight against Salem when there's like an Avengers Endgame, Avengers Assemble moment, and all of the huntsmen, huntresses of the world are coming together to fight. That would be when any original characters from outside sources would be added in. It would probably just be a cameo. It's certainly not going to be Volume 10 unless it's literally just a background cameo appearance, because there's so many characters that already need to be added into Volume 10. Background character death be like, oh no. Yeah, that's also something that needs to be considered. If your character's added to canon, well, they might get the background character death moment, like, what was it? Was it Nadir Shiko, who was just carried off by a griffin during the fall of Beacon Academy and never seen again? It's me. I'm fine with chaotic derailing. Fair enough, Chaos. Fair enough. Yeah, buddy. You're just so happy. Yes. 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 Uh-huh. Buh. What are you doing? Hmm? What's up? What? Alright. I'm casually waiting for cosplays to turn up in a few weeks. Ooh, nice, Pink! Olive bronze, but one of the member died off screen during the fall. Yep, this is true. This is true. Yes, hi. Hi, Cat. Hello. Well, maybe... Did Nadir survive the Griffin? I don't know if he did, because he was a member of Team Auburn, and I think Team Auburn was still functional when they... before the dawn. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters Zexal universe, specifically the GX era, because I fight with Jude, I see. Duel Monsters Zexal universe. Except not Zexal, because Zexal... Getting Charlotte from Genshin and Chi from Persona 4. I have no idea who either of those characters are, but I'm happy for you. Honestly, I think one of the most likely characters to even make that canon appearance would be members of Team Silver, probably. But Keith's actually in pretty high contention for that as well, because in one of the RWBY... Was it one of the anthology? No, one of the... What are they called? Is it the anthologies? Keith's characters did actually make an appearance. If Simon from Silver exists in canon, so does Obsidian's. The Juniper anthologies, yeah. Yep. Two of Keith's characters did appear in the anthologies. So as much as I would like for Team Seraph to be featured, I don't think they ever would be. Lime and Obsidius are there. I think so far Lime and Obsidius are the only two OCs to make it into anything like officially RWBY. I believe. Not gonna lie, a little jealous, but you know. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Some OCs from Artist Friends as background characters. Oh, nice. Okay. That's awesome. I'll sneak yours in if there's a new anthology. Wait, did you actually make the art for the anthology? Yeah, Velvet was an OC creation through concept and everything. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, hi, Cat. Hello. What are you doing? Yes. I get you're in a loving mood, but... Bruh. It was one of the artists they hired for the content in the anthologies. Oh, okay. That's awesome. I didn't know that. I thought that they had just kind of added your characters in, but technically you added them in? And then they were just like, yeah, go for it. Okay. What are you doing? Huh. That's awesome. Damn. Sorry, I didn't know that. Did Miku make one of the stories? Oh, that's so cute. Actually drew one of the inner covers. So your friend was the drew who you wrote. Oh, okay. Miku was also in there? That's awesome. I didn't know that. Wow. So I guess we've both been officially hired by Rooster Teeth at various points. Because you been hired as an artist, and I've been hired to do the recap series. Interesting. So if they are going to add canon characters to this show, maybe we both have a shot? Copium? We're slowly invading? I feel like I need to release more of my characters' stories before they'll actually be able to be added, but you know. But yeah, having all of our teams, like Team Silver, Team Obsidian, Team Seraph, added would be incredible. And then, well, there's also Team Dark. And there's a few other fan-made teams. Like, the thing is, though, they'd have to they probably wouldn't be able to add too many. And again, we're getting into, like, Merry Christmas land at this point, because they would take a lot to make the character models for the background characters. So, I don't know. Our copium supplies be dwindling. One day, maybe. One day. And Alex, you're on 30 stream streak. Nice. Character modeling takes so much work. I can only imagine. Like, I have no talent. I've not really looked into character modeling that much, but I can only imagine how much work it takes. So, yeah. Just had commissioned one of your friends who animated for the Dragon Prince. Oh, that's awesome. Damn, a lot of talented friends in the industry, huh? You making a VTuber model? Or getting a VTuber model commissioned? And is there anything else you want to touch on for your story, Keith? Or not Keith, Chaos. Oh my god. Is there anything else you want me to touch on, Chaos? Or any questions you have, or anything you want me to ask? Or answer? RWBY accurate vacuo outfits for Obsidius and Lime is what I was coming. Okay, nice. We haven't seen too much of Vacuin fashion, to be fair. So we'll see what it looks like in Volume 10. Hopefully our assumptions are correct. I'm trying to fish info out of RWBY. Out of the RWBY you know, but they never tell me. Yeah, they're very secretive about stuff. Let's see, your review has been fun. I just wanted to mention, you posted the second story art. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh. Why is she pushing him backwards in the wheelchair? That's just mean. Bullied indeed. And yeah, I guessed for my character's artwork too. Like, okay, they have stuff to guard from the sand. They have, you know, more lighter clothing. Because the darker clothing you wear, the more heat it's going to absorb in the vacuum and sun. They need stuff to shield them from the desert sands. Like that, I just made assumptions based on, like, desert clothing. Yep, light, sweat-friendly fabric, indeed. It got exited from the picture. Don't blame him. I see. Only thing we can assume is that they got desert protection gear. Yeah, that's why I gave Sarah goggles and a scarf, so that she could pull that up over her face if there's a sandstorm and have the goggles on so she could still see. That's And I gave Piers a cloak. Zelina's resisting it because she likes her Mistralan clothing. Who dresses in black with a big jacket. Oh, yeah, he gonna die in the desert. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she has goggles. I think they're underneath her scarf in the image. No, they're on her head. They're on her head. Yeah, she has goggles. The polar bear faunus. Okay, yeah, polar bear faunus and Kyrsis Ackmans, and the old lady is Catherine Grosellen. The wheelchair boy is McBrick Greaser. Did y'all name this poor man McBrick Greaser? Oh no. Character that was a lot of browns. Lighter browns? Because I mean, you can still wear dark colors in the desert. It's just because Coco wears a lot of browns. She keeps her fashion sense regardless of being in Vacuo. She just, and I'm sure it's mentioned in the books, she sweats a lot. Make a brick greaser. Oh my goodness. Polar bear faunus. Damn. Sounds like you got a heck of a interesting menagerie of characters. Retain heat a bit more. Yep. Some McBrick for his McNuggets. Oh no. All right. But with that, I think we can move on to Rail's character next, if you're, or characters, if you're okay with that. Chaos? 4 stories, plenty of stuff. Damn. From Atlas. We can have liquid cooling t-shirts. Yes, but replenishing the dust in those liquid cooling t-shirts is going to be hard to do in Vacuo. It's not exactly readily available. So you can have it, but they'll only last for a certain amount of time. All right, cool. Go back to here. Go here and here. And then Team Bellabog is the name, I believe. Okay. Obsidian's cannon dying in a sand dune. I mean, I feel like Obsidius would kind of end up like Piers and just end up like, both seem like the kind of character who would end up like upside down, half their body buried in the sand from some random circumstance. Of course, sand, the ultimate enemy. I said in the PDF, they're all in various states of work in progress. Yes. Yes. That is understood. I'll show you the grimace snake drowning. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Let's start with Rail's characters. Now. So I'm already expecting questions. Yeah, no worries. This is what I think it is. Oh no, you already have an idea, Chaos? All meant for canon. The team is not set in stone at this time, and all 4 members are still in a state of work in progress. Would like help with semblances as well as general opinions. Fibula Basiliskos. Basiliskos. Is that a name of your creation? Because obviously Basilisk, but is Basiliskos an actual name? Curious. Team name is instead in stone. Well, I mean, when you have, depending, I haven't read all of the names yet, but BBBG, there's only so many different color or names you could come up with, right? She's human, leader of Team Bellabog, pronounced she, her, 5'3", Age 25 to 26 in RWBY Volume 1. Family's part of a mafia. Theater kid, sarcastic, sassy, likes dark humor, a bit of a tsundere. Older name for a basilisk, huh? I've seen plenty of Keith's meme drawings during his streams. Ah, I see. I see. Oh no. Oh no, did he drink the cactus juice? Also, do you mind if I show it on stream? Before I just pull it onto stream, do you mind if I show it on stream? Obsidious got that cake. Why has he got so much cake there? That's the first thing I noticed. He got he got that ass, but yeah, he drank the cactus juice. Cactus juice got him. He's beating the assless allegations. Oh, we're still on this? Well, we're in between things. That's the first thing you notice? Yes. Yes, it is, Velvet. Problem? But, yeah. He do got that cake. Anyways, back to Rail's character. Semblance is hemp. Can create aura constructs that resemble chains that the user can manipulate freely to an extent. One end of these aura's chains has to be connected to her body. Other than that, the rest of the chain bends to her will. Okay. The chains have to coil around at least some part of an object or individual in order to manipulate it in some fashion. So, an adjacent semblance to vines, right? Unexpected. I see. Another reason team name isn't just because I'm considering if I should do one using Fibula's first name or not. Ah, okay. Yeah, so adjacent to vines, semblance, except, well, chains instead of vines. Yeah, sounds about right. Weapon, a scythe that can shift into a war scythe. Okay. Why the name hemp for this semblance, out of curiosity? Kind of relating it to vines, hemp, different plants? Fighting style. Tries to keep up momentum to get more force behind her attacks than she could with her own strength. Uses her semblance to help her in combat by either manipulating her scythe, which has been able to actually fight in a ranged sense. How do you mean? Manipulating herself or manipulating her opponent. She also often coils her chains around one or both of her arms while also gripping the chain when doing this in order to increase the force, power, strength behind whatever the chains are doing with their own strength. So in other words, having the chain around her arms, chain around the scythe, and kind of... If you've seen Bleach, how Ichigo's hollow form uses the cloth that's wrapped around Zangetsu and spins it around, that type of thing. Don't fly here with all your meme drawings, so no. Like that type of fashion? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. When it comes to chains, using them to actually grip something, unless the scythe has, like an added little handle at the end of it for the chain to kind of loop through, I don't know how well it would actually be able to grip something like a scythe. Because Vine's semblance was used mostly to, like, I guess he used it kind of as a lasso to, like, pull himself towards objects, but he didn't do, like, any fine manipulating with things. Kind of like that, the scythe is going to be designed to play into it. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, overall, I think I don't see anything wrong with that. We can see easily an adjacent semblance in RWBY, having it with in Vine, and then having it work with the fighting style. And I like that your character is actually using their weapon alongside their semblance, because good lord, Vine did not use his thorns, which is the name of his weapon, by the way, where he only pulled it out, I think, a single time in the 2 volumes that we saw this man. He only pulled it off of his back during the fight against Penny in episode 3 of volume 8, and I don't think he pulled the weapon a single other time. He only fought with his semblance. Even when fighting against Team RWBY, did not draw his weapon. As you can do the get over here thing. I see. A good reference, Bossbird? Thank you, Chaos. I know my animes. My animus. Yeah, overall, I think that's pretty good. Scythe that can shift into a war scythe. Pretty good. Anything unique about the scythe that differentiates it? Or is it mainly... Is Fibula mainly focusing on fighting with the chains, and the weapon is kind of an adjacent thing to use with the chains? Overall, I think it's pretty well done. Make it shoot a bladed chain? I mean, it could. I don't know if it'd be necessary, though. Sure, rule of cool, and I get it, all that, but technically, since Fibula can make chains already, and just holding the scythe with the chains, that makes it a bladed chain. Go full Scorpion. Mainly fighting with the scythe, okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because even with the rule of cool, logic still has to apply. Because the fighting style relied too much on the semblance. If the weapon plays too much into the semblance, then once that aura breaks. But yeah, overall, I think pretty good. Second character. Bodeg? Budeg? I'm not sure on the pronunciation. Covenus, I'm guessing, is the last name, but Bodeg, not sure. But using the semblance to help maneuver it, like how RWBY uses the gun in the Red trailer. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. And Bloodcrow, hello. How goes? Welcome to stream. Human smuggler. Your team has a dedicated smuggler, huh? Well, this is interesting. They height 5'7", 25-26, from a family of smugglers. Part of a mafia. Family of smugglers. We got a criminal team? A true Han Solo OC, huh? If there's anything referencing the Millennium Falcon in here. Personality, blunt, smug, honest, straightforward thinker, gearhead, and protective. Semblance is locomotive. Causes the user's feet to act like powered wheels so long as aura is going into the semblance. Huh. Can go only forward on its own, requiring the user to shift their weight to turn. Speed at which the user moves forward is controlled by the flow of aura going into the semblance. Note about the speed in relation to speed semblances. It is generally slower than a speed semblance, and would likely run out of aura before getting up near that speed if used safely. If used unsafely, wouldn't be able to maintain it for long before either the user loses balance or crashes or runs out of aura and crashes. Huh. Interesting. So, in and of itself, it is a speed semblance, but in relation to other speed semblances, it's generally slower than a dedicated speed semblance? Interesting. I guess that makes sense because this semblance has the added utility of kind of being able to skate across land. Because the user's feet act like powered wheels. Like, their feet aren't actually turning into wheels, but it's their aura is accelerating their feet forward. It's the newest of the semblances. Yeah, it's used more for movement. Okay. Please tell me there is a reference. Yeah, okay. I understand. Cool. I like it. Weapon is Hauler. A spiked Pavis type of shield, and a drill lance combo that can split into its component parts. The drill lance splits into component parts? Like, what would those component parts be? Fighting style, charging into opponents, and will either continue doing that or split the weapon apart and fight close using semblance to allow her to stay close. Oh, so is the spiked shield and the drill lance normally a single weapon and then it can be split apart? Yeah, sure, Magus. After I finish up with Rails characters, then absolutely. Okay, that makes sense. So it's spike shield. How would the shield and the drill lance combine together? Like, would the shield be on the head of the lance and be used as just a very blunt, like, weapon to strike, or would it be more on like the shaft of the lance? I'm curious how exactly it would combine together, because I'm guessing it's not like Jean's sword and shield where the sword is just stored in the shield. Lance's shaft, okay. Interesting. And also having a shield, and with the semblance that you could, if needed, rush recklessly forward and just use a shield bash technique. That'd be... I mean, if you're in a sticky situation, it would take the opponent by surprise, for sure. Yeah. Overall, I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. And if she decided to absolutely charge all of her aura into her semblance, she could get a heck of a burst of speed in a single direction. That's... yeah, a lot of different ways that you could write the different fights that she ends up in, with giving the different situations. It's kind of her whole plan. Yeah, well, charging into opponents makes sense. She's a juggernaut. Indeed. Cool. Though, juggernaut doesn't necessarily fit with smugglers, because smugglers need some subtlety to them. She sounds more like the guard person to acquire maybe the merchandise to be smuggled. Probably eat shit as she fell. Yeah. I see. Ooh. Okay. Just based on the name alone, I'm gonna say Titania Barbell is probably more of a juggernaut than she sounds like more of a juggernaut than Bodeg Covenus, but we'll see. Her height is 4'9" though, so maybe not. Armadillo Lizard Faunus, the tail. I mean, armadillos are known to be quite sturdy. The Boxer of Belobog, okay, sounding more like Juggernaut to me. Personality, positive, kind, holder of the emotional brain cell. Fits the phrase, pure of heart, dumb of ass. Oh no, she's all brawn, no brain. Loves to fight to the point she'd ask anyone who looks like they can fight to spar. Has the energy of both a golden retriever and a honey badger at the same time. My god, her and Headmaster Theodore of Shade Academy would get along so well. A wee juggernaut. And here's Titania, the one who would get along. Okay. Yup. Semblance's Jab creates a pair of Aura Arm constructs. Aura Arm resembles the user's own arms, just more glowy. The following are two options I'm thinking of for when more aura is brought into the semblance. Option 1, more aura equals thicker arms. Option 2, arms become more durable. I think option 1 with the thicker arms, more punchy power makes sense. With her entire personality, that just seems like the more sensible one. And then over time, after using the semblance for years and getting more accustomed with it, the durability would just naturally increase. Because the first time, and like as she's first starting to test with the semblance, pushing more aura into it, the flow of her aura wouldn't be as stable, and she might not be able to maintain it as long. She wouldn't be accustomed to outputting aura to that extent, and so the durability might actually be less at the beginning when she's punching or putting more aura into it to make those arms thicker and punch harder. But over time, the durability would increase, I think. But yeah, she gets real punchy. Weapon, a pair of gauntlets with built-in spiked knuckle dusters. My god. A girl after Theodore's own heart. Fighting style, short answer, punch. Long answer, punch, 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 punch. Very straightforward girl. Yeah, we found the Juggernaut. We have indeed found the Juggernaut. Oh my god. I love her already. Here's one obvious. She likes to punch things. You know, now that you mention it, I can see it. I was thinking she was more of a kicker, honestly. But yeah, I guess I can see the punching aspect. She's small and punchy. Small but deadly. Plan punch. If that fails, punch again. If that fails, punch again with thicker glowing arms. I was thinking of making a biter. Not gonna say the first thing that came to mind. That'd be interesting. I don't exactly know how a biter would work, because that's not really the greatest fighting style, because you'd have to, you know, physically bite a person, and you don't want your head, one of your more vulnerable places of your body, to be the ankle biter, ankle cruncher. Now if that fails, clearly you didn't use enough punch. Clearly. Duct tape doesn't solve any problems, or doesn't solve every problem. Punching does. And then lastly, we have Griselda Dayu. Okay. Human, the bandit pirate of Bellabog. Pronouns she, her. 7'7". Big girl. Tall girl. Intimidating. 25, 26. Is an orphan, but has been adopted by the bandits. Stoic, dense. She's a dork, a lover of puns. Family is important to her, and has gotten into her adoptive father's habit of not wearing shirts. Huh. Gonna have fun with Titania when you write her story? Absolutely. Because all of these characters are on a team together. Now that... Good God, whatever school they end up going to is gonna have a hell of a time trying to keep them in line. Because you have bandit pirate, actual criminal, smuggler, actual criminal, mafia, actual criminal, and then a boxer, which, not an actual criminal, but given the personality, probably public disturbances and property damage. Currently thinking of Shade, that would make the most sense. That would make the most sense. Thought of Jack Hanma from Baki. I did too, but Jack is... I mean, Baki the Grappler is Baki the Grappler. Like, there's Baki follows its own logic, which is... Oh, dear. But, she's gotten into her adoptive father's habit of just not wearing shirts, huh? Interesting. Semblance is Aries. Increases strength proportional to how much aura is allowed to be put into the semblance. However, it also fuels the rage of the user depending on how much strength is added. At full power, there would not be enough aura to sustain the other functions of her aura, and the user would be in a blind rage. Semblance also reacts to the user's anger, activating because of it. Okay. Interesting. Tying into the emotions into there is also pretty cool. Yeah, because that's a lot of thing that's been done in anime before. The most prominent one that comes to mind is Fairy Tail and Natsu with the flames of emotion. The more pissed he gets, the stronger his flames burn. So yeah, definitely been done before. I think it fits. The fact that it's her and not Titania that would go into a blind rage and just has the strength increasing semblance is interesting. There is going to be so much, yet Shade is kind of like the only school that would probably end up taking this team, because the amount of property damage that they would cause in every other kingdom is astronomical. So 4:30, oh my god, 4:30 a.m. Sleep, Keith. Thank you for joining in. I hope you have a great night and a great rest of your weekend. Hope you sleep well, buddy. Hope you sleep well. Look, Titania has a one-track mind. I mean, but yeah, when Griselda activates her semblance, she's gonna have a one-track mind too. D&D just wrapped up. Late night D&D. I mean, to be fair, I had my first experience with that kind of thing at MarsCon convention about... God, it's only been 3 weeks since MarsCon? 1, 2, 3. It's only been 3 weeks since MarsCon. It feels like it was months ago. What the hell? With Americans, so I'm the one who has to adjust. Yup. Yeah, I can understand that. Good night, Keith. Sleep well. But Semblance reacts to users' anger activating because of it. That would also be rough. But then the weapon, an anti-tank rifle that can switch between semi-auto or full auto fire mode, that can transform into a hammer. Oh god. The 7'7" Titan woman, shirtless Titan woman, who can go into a blind rage. You gave her a hammer? You know what I was saying about property damage? You know how I got that hint already, and you gave her a hammer on top of that? Oh my god. Oh no, and an anti-tank rifle. I can't forget that either. Holy crap. Oh my god. Yeah, female Kratos indeed. Oh. I pity anyone who comes across her in a fight. Oh my god. If now here's the question. If you write this team into participating in the Vital Festival tournament, whatever opponent goes up against Griselda is going to be like, they're going to get disqualified for killing someone. Oh my god. You know, it was originally going to be a bat. Thought a hammer fit better. Yeah. I mean, given that we've seen the big and the strong women in RWBY wield hammers, Elm and Nora, yeah, hammer is fitting. A hammer is fitting. Fighting style. Prefers to fight without using her semblance. Oh, so she can fully focus on the fight she's in and not worry about keeping her rage and semblance in check at the same time. Will switch between fire rate as needed. Will usually only activate semblance when Tyr is in its hammer mode. That makes sense, because if you go into a blind rage and you're just holding an anti-tank rifle, you're just going to end up trying to beat people with the anti-tank rifle. And although it'd still be a heavy weapon, most likely, given that it would also have the same weight as the hammer, a hammer definitely works better for that fighting style. But she prefers to fight without using her semblance. Interesting. Meow! So she's not exactly fond of her semblance, from the sounds of it, then. Can we focus on the fact that Rail said she has an 8-pack? Say what? I must have missed that comment. She got them chiseled abs. Ah, I see. My goodness. Damn. It gives Wise OC a handful of dust-embedded socks. And just wait. Oh, no. What? Meow. Meow. Yeah, hi. What are you doing? Hi. Just hear me out. Oh, no. Oh, no. Get that out of here. Yeah, the cat. Because of the rage. Yeah, which makes sense. Not exactly the most convenient semblance of to have. You only really want to use it when your teammates aren't nearby and they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Anti-tank rifle rage made me think of Roberta from Black Lagoon. Black Lagoon is an anime I still have not watched yet. God, I hope he doesn't. Why are you giving me that look like you're just watch me one of these days? No. I won't let you. I will stop you. Yeet the cat? No. That look, I know. He's an arrogant little shit, isn't he? Yes. Yes, you are. Meow. Meow. Bodex, is the smallest issue? What do you mean? Well, I mean, yeah, because she can get the heck out of dodge. Is that what you mean? She can use her semblance and get the heck out of the way? I feel like Titania would be like, nah, I can take it. Honestly, the one I feel the most bad for is Fibula. She has to deal with all three of them. I mean, she's part of the Mafia. I feel like she'd try to put them in line pretty quick. And also, with the chains, she can try to hold them back, keep them in line, keep them grounded. Is definitely in a mood to rip sheets. You're not in a mood to rip sheets, are you, buddy? No. No, you're not. No. Are ya? Huh? Are ya? Meow? He's thinking about it. Oh, she would, but not very successfully at times. Yeah, well, when someone goes into Berserker Rage, it'd be kind of hard to use the... It'd work maybe momentarily, but yeah, Aura would get burned out with her chains first before the Berserker Rage went down. Yeah, it'd probably take all of them. Using the chains, the barbell arms, and maybe some also speed pushing against the movement to try to keep her in line. Yeah. Sounds like a team that would have a lot of fun interactions with one another. 3 of them are from criminal families, though. Bandits, smuggler, and mafia. So, is this a criminal team? A team of crime. Doesn't help that she likes their energy. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, they're all criminals, so. So notice the t-shirt you have on. Yeah. Yeah. It's, the Seraph t-shirt. Yeah. Oh, they do. Did you mention that 4 of them get along very well? Yup. Yeah, okay. Then the Bloody Maid. Yes. Yes, it is. Indeed, it is. Yeah, sounds like a very fun team. Honestly, semblances seem pretty well balanced. All in all, as long as the aura consumption of them is considered, then there's nothing really I have to add. Weapons seem fitting for each of the characters. Yeah, overall, I think they're pretty well designed. Yeah, semblances seem pretty balanced. Like, there's nothing that's too overpowered. There's nothing that seems like multiple semblances or anything like that. It's just... seems well thought out. Yeah. Shout out to Bloody Rosalia, indeed. Indeed. What did I say? Out of all my OCs, Titania is the most positive. Well, that also kind of fits, because given the rest of her team has been through the criminal lifestyle, they've probably had ups and downs throughout their lives, whereas Titania has probably had a chance at a more positive upbringing. And now Cat loafs. Loaf indeed. Yeah. A little loaf. Yeah. You'd like the chin scratches, don't you? Yeah. Titania's from Vacua. Oh, so she's been through the ringer too then. Yeah. Okay, wouldn't be sure about that at all. Huh. Cool. Is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on, or anything that any questions you'd like me to answer? Because overall, I think very well done. Very well done. Not currently? All right. Cool. Unless someone else has a question? Well, if anyone has a question, they can feel free to ask. Overall, yeah, I think that's pretty good. With that is all of the current requests that were up for the redemption. I think we've reached the maximum that I allowed currently. I can increase the maximum. I will increase the maximum by another 10 in case anyone else wants to submit. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. So, oh yeah, Magus, what was your question? Yeah. One further, the team is to yeet Titania at them. I mean, yeah. Small, dangerous bullet coming at Mach 10 with a giant fist ready to punch them in the face. Yeah, sounds about right. Question popped in my head a few times, but always left before I could ask. Yeah. Let's see. I can go full webcam. You know RWBY semblance and how it was described as breaking herself down and apart at the molecular level? Yes. Yep. I remember when it was officially described. Could you turn into smoke, water, or even a group of bats? Smoke, yes. We have seen that in the Grim campaign. Water, I wouldn't see why not. A group of bats, I don't know if you'd be able to turn yourself into another group of living organisms. Now, if it's actual bats, I'm going to say no. If it's something that looks like a group of bats, but are just visually a group of bats, then you can probably do that. It'd just be kind of rule of cool. The thing is, though, although Ruby is, transforming her entire body, breaking it down at the molecular level, it's one, not a permanent change, and two, not something that she can use for an extended period of time. It is for a burst, and that's it. It's not like she can transform her semblance, using her semblance, stay like that for like a half hour or an hour or multiple hours, and then transform back. Like, it's very draining. Because the semblance idea that had was that within the center front area of a bat swarm, there would be a single white bat. If that bat is hit, then the user is forcibly reverted while in motion and changes back to normal. It's an interesting idea. I think that it might be a little bit too strong if it's only that one center focal point that could be hit to revert them back. Because even though Ruby's semblance breaks her down to the molecular level, all it does is negate her mass. It doesn't make her intangible. We saw in Volume 3, Mercury Black roundhouse kick Ruby out of the air. He's moving at human speeds. It's not like Ruby was moving at Mach speeds or anything, and she was still tangible. Mercury was able to just knock her out of her semblance. So, they still have to be tangible at some point. Similarly used like Ruby's speed semblance. Yeah. Though transforming into bats wouldn't necessarily indicate a negation of mass per se. Like, I think it could work. Yeah, this is the same webcam that I brought to the convention. It's the same one I use. But yeah, I think it would work. It's just as I mentioned before, Ruby's semblance is kind of a burst semblance. It's not one that can be used for an extended period of time. So if it depends on what you're trying to do with the semblance. Like, if you want them to be able to transform into a group of bats and then kind of stay there hovering over a battlefield, that's not something Ruby can do with her semblance. So, like, what exactly is the function that you're trying to get out of the semblance? Because if it's a speed semblance, then it would be only bursts like what Ruby has. But if you want more utility out of it, then it probably wouldn't be a speed semblance in the same way of Ruby's. Velvet, did you just call my webcam garbage? Have you seen the movie Dracula Untold? I have not. I have not seen Dracula Untold, but I can probably... I can't really name any examples, but I've seen examples before of vampires that transform into a group of bats and fly away into the night, that type of thing. Is it really that bad? Dracula and Castlevania? I'll be honest, I haven't seen Castlevania either. Like, I don't think my webcam's that bad. It's not the best webcam by any means, but it's not that terrible. Is it? It's not like it makes your eyes bleed looking at it, does it? Solid 5 out of 10? 50%, that's a passing grade. And plan on anything more than what Ruby can do? Okay, then that should probably be fine. And just the bats are more an aesthetic look than anything. Yeah, middle of the road. Cool, I'm good with that. I don't need to be a 10 out of 10. I don't want to be a 10 out of 10, because if you have anything at a 10 out of 10, then you have to maintain a 10 out of 10. If I have a 10 out of 10 camera, people are going to expect a 10 out of 10 stream. I ain't a 10 out of 10 streamer. There's a few times where it goes super bright. Can live with it. Yeah, that part does frustrate me about the camera. I agree with that. It's light level adjustment is a pain. Edges are fuzzy. It's fine for when it's the corner, but when the big screen looks kind of bad. Is what it is, right? I don't really want to throw, $1,500, $2,000 at a full-on DSLR camera that a lot of bigger streamers are using for their webcams. I don't want to do that, and I probably won't. Want to see the cat better? Well, when I do the cat stream, I'm going to have my phone camera that I used for for this stream. I see this camera is probably better. They'd have to stay together or only apart for a short time like rubies. Yeah. Yeet the cat? What you doing, buddy? You meow? There. Detailed look at the wall of anime. Yes, there is also that. Yeah, the wall of anime do exist. The wall of anime do exist. Room tour? Nah. I did one of those already. Long time ago. HD cat, indeed. But yeah, I think that'd be alright, Magus. As long as it operates under the same principles and it's not just, it's only short time things. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back momentarily. Cat, entertain. Alright, and I'm back. We talk about that. That one ain't so friendly. Yeah, that story probably wouldn't be great. Errand has been ran. Indeed. What all have I missed? You missed Rails OCs and I forget if there was anyone before. But now that I'm back, I can increase the number to there. Yeah. Okay. Should be all good to redeem if anyone else wants to redeem. If Chaos was the last batch you saw, then you've only missed mine. Okay, so it was Chaos then Rail. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. 'Twas not certain. So, I had another 10 redemptions for the stream, if anyone wants to. If not, we can start playing XD Gale of Darkness again. And maybe trying out some of the battle discs, the little Pokemon puzzle challenges. Oh. Whoa. I don't have enough points. All good. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind going over more people's OCs. I enjoy going over people's OCs, but also today, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't get to sleep in as long as I wanted to. But if we do a shorter OC stream today, I'm not gonna complain. Didn't think you'd say your semblance idea would work. Why is that? Also, which semblance idea? The Bat Cloud one. Oh. Well, because Raven and Crow can turn themselves into that's why I specifically said it's not actual bats. It's something that's just visually appearing like bats. Crow and Raven are turning into actual birds, and they can do it for an extended period of time. Ruby is not actually turning herself into actual rose petals. It's just visually looking like rose petals, but it's all just her aura. Like, there are distinct things that I did say to differentiate it. But, so. Didn't sleep as long as I thought either. So I got up, started fixing your car, and cleaning it fully. Nice. See, I just had a dentist appointment that forced me to get up. I thought of a moose faunus named Stanley. He'd be from Vale, graduated from Beacon, and within 1 year of experience as a licensed huntsman, 20-year-old, likes chocolate, has a semblance that induces madness via eye contact, and a gun axe for a weapon named Gilded Horn. Semblance that induces madness via eye contact sounds obscenely strong. Saying though, the only character I'd be able to use, this is technically a sneaky way to hint at one of your other OC's pasts. I also want to get a PDF ready for that one. Fair enough. Alright, so should we switch over to XD Gale of Darkness then? That's sad? What do you mean? What's sad? I have to be gone for like 2 hours due to D&D. I mean, wow, a lot of people are playing D&D right now, huh? This picks of before and after in DMs. Ooh. Huh. Interesting. Why was it missing the front bumper? And the whole bunch of other front parts. You took each of those off to clean them? That's detailed. But it would be too rushed for you to be happy with due to the character nature. Yeah, no worries. As I mentioned before, there's going to be other OC reviews. All good. All good. It's that level of car care. Yeah. Alright. So, I guess we can switch over to GameCube. Well, actually, because I have to deactivate there. Activate that. Reset the delay for the mic. The webcam is doing the thing again. It's an OC review every 4 months? Yeah, about that. I think a couple times a year is a decent timeline for OC reviews, I think. A webcam flashback. Yeah, it does indeed like to do that. Team, game for taking a break from OCs? Yeah. Do you have? If you want to redeem it, we can go over it right now if you want, Cats. Yeah, I'm fine going over it now. License plate was loose too? Oh, wow. Yeah, he definitely pulled a lot of it apart. But yeah, if you want to redeem now, go for it. We can go over it now, because you're here in stream now. May as well go over everything while everyone is present. You already got the game set up? Are you going to wait for, like, later today, or, like, a later date with OC stream? Because I can easily just switch back over to the other one. No worries. No worries at all. I hit someone who stopped for no reason. Right. I remember you mentioning that. Doesn't take long for me to swap it over. Doesn't take long at all. So, if you want to, go for it. Absolutely. This is what today's for, after all. Classic stupid drivers. Yeah, that does happen. Drivers do be like that. I remember someone rear-ended me when I was driving because, of course, they weren't paying attention. And then when I pulled into a parking lot, like, or the gas station that was literally right next to where we were, they took off. So that was annoying. Luckily, there was practically no damage done to my car except a little paint scuffing. So, but still, 4 pages. Does that mean you have to redeem 4 times? Yes, that does. per page of writing, it has to be 1 redemption per page. If it's artwork on the page, if it's like a specific page of artwork, then you don't need to redeem for that. On Road Rage Tales. Yeah. I'm sure everyone who drives has those. Oh, look at my mirror. Look back and she was stopped. That's why mirrors are a trap. Welcome back, buddy. Meow. Page 2. Can I make an OC based off of Alucard from Castlevania games anime? Give him the semblance I wanted. Yeah, you're welcome. But yeah, you just have to make sure the important distinctions. It's not actual bats. They're not going to function like independent bats. It's one swarm of bat-looking person that's using their semblance. Hi, buddy. What are you doing? Cat, really? Huh? Yeah, more OCs, indeed. Let's see. Uploading? Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, the kitty indeed. Meow, 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 meow. How you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Yeah, the kitty affection. I know he's just showing his affection, and I do appreciate it. But then again, does he have to specifically put his nose into my ear canal? Why? I don't understand. And I don't know how you don't understand how uncomfortable that is. If I spat in your ear, you wouldn't like it. But he's too dumb to put the connections together. Yeah. Happy kitty. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, let's see. We'll go here. And then feel free to pick them apart. I don't think I'll pick them apart. I'm not that mean. Oh, okay. All right. There are a few strays in your area? Oh, you have a stray cat. Interesting. Okay. All right. We have Team Antique. Would like them to be for canon. Okay. Name, Amun. Egyptian theme. I can see the Egyptian gods under it, so Egyptian themed character. Wonder if it's going to be an Egyptian themed team overall. Amun, the Hidden One, name of the chief Egyptian gods. Of one of the chief Egyptian gods. Nubian solar god. Core equals king. So in other words, King Amun. Okay. Race is human. Gender is male. Does he have an orange afro? 18, semblance is omniscient. It's a powerful name. Once activated, allows for full awareness of the presence of others. Humans, animals, and Grimm, and their general movement within a diameter range. The default range is 10 feet, can be expanded to 120. Larger range being observed with the semblance, the more aura would be consumed. That's strong. 120 feet. Let's just want to... Okay. I think that's all right. 120 feet being the maximum. It's about 36.5 meters. Yeah, I think that's okay. But, as you mentioned, larger range observed with the semblance, the more aura would be consumed. Yeah, I think that's all right. I think that's a decent balance, a decent range to have it at. But if their semblance knocks them out of cannon, I don't think the semblance would knock them out of cannon. Because it's just a sensory type semblance. It gives them full awareness, though. Like, to... How much focus does it take for the semblance? Yeah, the presence of others, so it'd be able to... He would be able to know everyone in that area. Like, everything moving. But would he be able to know, like, the exact precise movements of each of them? Or would he just know, okay, there's 5 humans over there and there's a pack of 3 or 12 Grimm over in that direction? Would he know, like, their exact movements? Like, those 5 humans over there, 4 of them are... like bullying this one other kid, and they're throwing like these specific rocks and know the exact direction and velocity of like each of the rocks. Like, how much information is included in this full awareness? Because it says, and their general movements. So I'm guessing it's not like full detailed, like Daredevil-esque detection. But still, I think it's relatively balanced. Just general movements, like directional and numbers, then I think it's good. I think that semblance is fine. I think, I don't think it breaks canon at all. Because it's based on aura projection, so that's where his specialty with aura would lie. Would be in aura projection. Because, I mean, we've seen Ren, granted he was boosted by Jean, be able to cover an entire train with his semblance. So, like 120 feet, 36 meters, it is a decent distance to be able to project one's aura outwards, but it's not an egregious amount because they're not projecting physical aura. So I think that's okay. Weapon, the ruling of Ma'at. A gun staff topped with a lotus-themed flail mace head. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Very Egyptian-themed. Personality, amicable, hardworking, optimistic, proud, reasonable, reliable. He's got a sense of humor, but he's determined. Weakness is he worries too much about what others think of him. Oh, okay. Oh, boy got eyes in the back of his head. Pretty much. Pretty much. Like the Byakugan from Naruto, but not as strong. Fighting style. Prefers mid-range melee. Mostly uses the middle of his staff to block and twirls it to land quick successive blows and slashes. Quick successive blows. Where would the slashes be? I'm guessing just slashing with the mace, because I don't think he has an actual edged weapon or an edged portion to his weapon. Will occasionally flip the bottom end towards the opponent, fire a shotgun blast. Occasionally, when given a decent open, will change his grip to land a solid blow with the mace end. Yeah, sounds like a pretty decent fighting style. The dangles are bladed. Oh. Okay. That's interesting. So these 3 metal dangles are bladed. That would... Okay, adding that to the weapon would make it take a lot more time to master, but once he did master it, damn, that would be great at making sure that people kept their distance in a fight, or at least putting distance between them, so it makes sense why he's a mid-range melee fighter. Huh. You put some thought into this. It's going to cause a lot of ouch. Backstory. One of 3 siblings, and is a twin. Is the son of his tribe's leader. He's from the Vacuum tribe, that is nomadic. Unlocked his semblance while out on a hunt when he and his twin had to deal with members of a rival tribe. Okay, enrolled in Shade. Wants to earn his huntsman license to prove to his tribe that he's a good hunter and leader. When teams were being formed, he found himself partnered with the focused Nineveh Eden? Is Nineveh, I think that's how you'd pronounce it, appointed the leader of Team Antique. Based on the Nubian Egypt Kush, the color metallic gold. Ooh. Theme song, we could become legends by Outskirts. But not a clue with the song. But Nineveh. Okay. Nineveh. I'm probably going to mispronounce that, but I'll do my best. Honestly, I don't have any issues. Semblance seems well balanced for what it is. 10 feet is the default range, but pumping more aura into it can expand it out to 120 feet. Would last. His semblance wouldn't last as long if he did that, because it would consume more aura. The weapon, very well balanced. Definitely plays into the theme where the staff is also a gun. But with the bladed edges on the end, you'd be a really strong melee fighter. And as you mentioned with his fighting style, will occasionally flip the bottom end towards the opponent to fire a shotgun blast, but it's not his main way of fighting. Similar to most characters in RWBY, that their guns are not the main method of them dealing damage. Yeah. It's actually his second rendition. First I made of him felt like it was shoehorned. Oh, really? I think he did pretty well with this rendition at the very least. I think he did a good job. What part about the first rendition was not to your liking? Yeah, I think you did an excellent job. But I do have to ask, and I don't mean this as any offense, but as part of your story, does someone call him Carrot Top? Because the orange hair is quite prominent. Does anyone make that joke? And he has a sense of humor. Does he respond well to it? Has the joke gotten old? And would someone on his team get angry at his behalf? Just trying to force some weapons that just didn't work. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Micro makes love hurt eyes. I see. But yeah, that makes sense if you try to put in a weapon that doesn't necessarily fit with the character. Because I know, like orange-haired characters, they in anime they do get called Carrot Top. So I'm just curious. I mean, no offense by it. Nineveh, Eden, both famous gardens. Nineveh is a famous garden? Obviously, I feel like pretty much everyone's heard of the Garden of Eden, but Nineveh. I'm not familiar. Race human, gender female, 18, 5'10". Hadn't thought that hard. There's one team member who would lose it on his behalf. Okay. Semblance is Thrive. A semblance that can encourage any plants within a 10-foot radius to grow rapidly. Oh. Yes, she can choose to only affect certain plants in that radius. Selective plant growth. Can only be used in short bursts because it basically transfers aura to the plants, very draining. Nineveh carries an assortment of seeds with her so she can strategically grow plants in battle. Can eat the fruits borne by some of the plants to regain a small portion of aura. Now... Ooh, I love her design. This semblance, I will say, is very strong. Because being able to grow plants from seeds, like to scatter seeds on the battlefield and grow them into plants that can have an effect on the battle, like sporadically, that's very, very strong. The location of the Hanging Gardens. Oh, okay. I feel like I need to watch more Fate, like more of the Fate series to understand that, because I know the Hanging Gardens are the noble phantasm of a character that everyone likes. But yeah, Thrive, like being able to transfer aura, which in a sense is life energy, to plants and affect their growth, that in and of itself is not broken, and I would say that it's probably possible. But the fact that they can grow that rapidly is strong. And then the addition of the fruits being eaten from the plants replenishing her aura does sound like a second ability. And also, I don't know if it would be possible. She puts aura into plants and then gets aura fruit essentially back. Myth saying they're in Babylon. They found evidence for them in Nineveh. Oh, okay. Yes, likes. You know the character I'm talking about, Chaos. Huh. For canon, I'd say this semblance probably... The gain is minuscule, but just the fact that it can happen, it sounds like a second ability. Because in theory, that same fruit could be eaten by other people as well. Regardless of if it's only able to be eaten by her, it still sounds like a second ability. But how long would Nineveh have to train with the semblance to be able to grow plants quick enough to use in battle? Because just being able to grow plants that rapidly, like scatter seeds, grow plants, which could then just immediately ensnare her opponents, and then she could end the battle. Like that's really, really strong. Anyways, for now, let's see at least a couple years, because you have to consider the condition of the plants too. Like, what does she use the plants for in battle? I'm gonna keep reading, and I'm guessing it's probably in fighting style. There might be a little bit in there. Well, fighting style uses her weapon mostly for mid-range and ranged fighting. Can easily use her weapon to increase her mobility on the battlefield. Her weapon is Root Spire, a polearm with an end point that can shift between shovel, spear point, and blast barrel. The shaft can segment out into a series of connected pieces to give flexibility and range, behaving something like a stiff whip. The base of the end point is a cartridge chamber to allow the use of dust. Mainly for barriers. Oh. So that's a massive amount of plants that she'd be growing instantaneously. Almost. I'd say that's probably too strong for canon. Because if it was something like being able to rapidly grow plants that would, you know, trip up opponents, would create roots or knots in the ground that would give them uneven footing, that'd be one thing. But the fact that they can grow like an entire barrier of plants, not only is that the quantity of plants, but the density of them too. Like that's, I understand what you're going after. You want now having that be done by her semblance alone, I think is too strong. But you mentioned that at the base of the endpoint is a cartridge chamber to allow the use of dust. If she used plant dust, instead of having her semblance allow her to like grow seeds, like grow plants from seeds into a massive barrier that could actually defend against attacks, maybe it might work better if her staff had plant dust in it and her semblance specifically works with plants / plant dust to increase the effectiveness of specifically plant dust, and can also help the growth of plants, but her semblance on its own doesn't cause plants to grow in the matter of seconds. More thorny vines, like thorny vines as in like just to prevent opponents from getting close. Because I just, the only thing that I'm concerned with is having her be able to grow plants that rapidly should consume a lot of aura. Because to make barriers, even if it's just a barrier of thorns that's just to prevent people from getting close, the overall like density and mass that she'd be growing, the proportional amount of aura, I think, would be more than an individual would have, realistically. But if she worked in tandem with plant dust, I could see that working. That her semblance increases the effectiveness of plant dust. And the plant dust is the most obscure dust that we know of in RWBY. It exists, but we've never seen it, and we don't know exactly what type of plants are grown from said plant dust. Can you specify what is grown from it? Are there different types of plant dust for different areas of the world that would grow conifer trees or deciduous trees or vines or roses? Or we just don't know. But giving her the semblance that allows her to work with plant dust and probably also be able to manipulate it a little bit better than anyone else would. Not necessarily like plant bending from Avatar: The Last Airbender, where they'd be able to manipulate them freely, but she could alter their direction or choose where the plants would grow, type thing. It could be plant dust mixed with other types of dust to achieve different plant results. Maybe. But, like, there's so many different types of plants that exist, though. I'd have to imagine... maybe plant dust would grow specific plants relative to the environment in which it's used. Maybe that's how plant dust works. So if you use plant dust out in the tundra, well, you might not even get any plants from it. If you use it in the desert, maybe you're only going to get like small shrubbery and other things. If you use it in a lush forest, you could be spawning trees or vines or rose bushes or things like that. I don't know. A Mario Fireball plant? But you get a fire flower, you get an ice flower, you get a sparky flower, you get you know, there's no gravity flower, I don't think. There's, I guess, the tanuki leaf. A flower that just spawns a tanuki costume. I recall someone telling me that plant dust is like fertilizer. That would make sense, that it would only grow whatever is in that area. That would make the most sense. It's just I don't know if it's officially been stated by anyone in the RWBY team, and I should check the official compendium at some point and see what it says in there. Though I don't know how accurate it would be, because the RWBY compendium also contradicts the color of wind dust. So, thunder plants could be plant bust electricity dust? Maybe, but there's so many different types of plants, I don't think you could specify it with dust. Pollen makes people lighter, less affected by gravity, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of plants. So anyways, we're getting caught up on the plant dust. That's something we can return to. Should probably continue reading. Personality: quiet, patient, reserved, and hardworking. Adaptive, strong-willed, and serious. Okay. Weaknesses: her weapon does not handle close range well, typically only being able to be used to block, which makes sense. A segmented spear is good at keeping people at a distance, but when they get up close. When finding herself in close combat, she will typically attempt to kick, push her opponents back to a more desirable distance. Okay. Use her weapon for mostly mid-ranged and ranged fighting. Backstory. Nineveh hails from a smaller settlement in Vacuo, where her family is generally regarded as a pillar of their community. Her family has raised her to be a prime example and icon to look up to for her fellow community members. Second and last child in her family, saw becoming a huntsman or huntress as a means of living up to expectations. Designated all-rounder of Team Antique. When teams were being formed, she found herself partnered with the outgoing Amun. Based on the Fertile Crescent, the Hanging Gardens, most rulers saw themselves as gardeners. Color: garden green. I love it. Song of Woman. I not a clue what the song is. Take note and work on her semblance and read her semblance. Yeah, that's because it's just I've seen the ability in other anime before, like being able to just grow a massive amount of plants very quickly, which has never really been the most powerful ability in those other anime, but when it's brought over to RWBY, just that base ability is very, very strong, because as we've mentioned multiple times on stream, RWBY is a very underpowered universe as a whole. So yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. Overall, I understand the idea that you're going for, and I think it can work. I think it needs to incorporate plant dust. Just so that she, in and of herself, doesn't have the potential to be way more powerful than all of her classmates. Just with a few seeds. But yeah, overall, I love the inspirations that's being tied in here. I love the theming, the weapon's great. I understand what you're going for with the semblance and everything. It's all very well designed. Name: Tam Laban or Laban? Human male, age 18, 6'6", semblance brickwork aura construct. He can summon what is essentially a brick wall to serve as a barrier or surface space to aid movement. It is a freestanding wall and can be straight or slightly curved, flat or vertical. It can also be along another surface or free hanging in the air. Huh. You can make it enclose anyone or anything. As the wall absorbs damage and impacts, it will begin to fall apart much like a real brick wall does. No, he cannot repair the wall or move it. If either of those things need to be done, he must unsummon then resummon, a very taxing task on the aura. Its height and thickness can vary, but overall volume can't exceed 480 cubic feet. They're 10 feet tall, 4 feet thick, 12 foot long. The bigger the wall, the bigger the drain is on his aura. Probably couldn't maintain a wall like that, for example, for more than a minute. If it is hanging in the air, he has trouble maintaining anything bigger than 144 cubic feet. On a side note, this is about the size he likes to work with in general. He can summon multiple walls, but only really small ones. And their total mass can't exceed 144 cubic meters, or can exist for more than 5 minutes. Well, 144 cubic meters of brick, like the mass that 144 cubic meters of brick would be. Laban. Okay, Laban. Volume. Yes, like 144 cubic feet is volume, but the volume, like the mass of a given volume can change very drastically with what is actually put in there. Obviously, since it's a brick wall, I'm assuming it's brick, but and it, as you mentioned, it has the durability of brick as well, right? Because 480 cubic feet, 10 foot tall, 4 foot thick, 12 foot long, that's not too much. Leaning towards less, just like the effect of falling apart. Yeah. Because if he tried to encase another huntsman or huntress in the brick wall cube, or the aura construct cube, they'd be able to break out of it quite easily if it has the durability of brick or less. If it's just like essentially one brick thick. Because aura strengthening would allow them to probably cut through brick no problem. Or blast through it, or what have you. But now, as you pointed out with this image here, he can layer it to make it more durable, and so he can actually have something to block with if he needs to get the heck out of dodge. So, overall, I think that's okay as a semblance. Except for the summoning it floating in the air. I don't know how he'd possibly be able to have it free hanging in the air when these bricks have a mass. Even if they didn't have a mass, I don't think he'd be able to summon something free hanging in the air, like a physical aura construct. That image is max size too. Yeah. And like pumping a lot of aura into that's I think that's okay. But the free hanging bit is the only one that I'm kinda... I just don't think it would be possible. Because if they have any mass at all, then there would have to be some reason why it's able to stay free hanging. And those bricks have to have some sort of mass because they're blocking attacks. So I just don't know how it would be able to be free hanging. because Weiss's summons and aura constructs can only float when they actually have wings. I think I was thinking platforms. Oh, now when I first thought, or when I first read, can be straight, curved, or slightly vertical. When he said a brick wall to serve as a barrier or surface space to aid movement. What I first thought of is he can make like brick stairs that he can conjure, so he can run up the stairs quickly, jump, and get a height advantage over an opponent, or get around behind them, or something like that. Yeah, floating platforms I don't think would be possible. Because I think with this semblance, being able to summon the brick wall aura constructs, it would probably have to be something that he's in contact with to be able to summon it, or at least like very close to where he is. Yeah, it's just the free hanging part. I think overall the rest of the restrictions that you put on it and their durability being slightly less than what actual bricks are, meaning that it's not like, okay, he's able to summon this aura construct that's as strong as like titanium alloy steel. No, it's like it's bricks, which could still stop bullets, but this might not be able to stop a fully charged huntsman bullet. If you layer the bricks, maybe they will. So yeah, I think overall that's pretty good. It's just the hanging part that I'm stuck up on. The weapon is Beloved's Edge, a short sword with a modified Y-shaped pommel. Between the prongs of the pommel is a stretchy material that allows it to be used like a slingshot. I love it. I love this. Also, that cloak. A lot of rainbowy paint patterns on it, or just pattern in general. Tam carries a sling bag pouch carried in front to store a variety of dust-infused sling stones. I mean, he could be slinging raw dust too, which would have some some explosive effects. Metal sling stones and plain old sling stones. Additionally, the band around his head is actually a traditional slinger. Oh, really? Oh, cool. If it's a traditional slinger, then wouldn't that potentially be cutting off circulation? Tam has a backup traditional sling that he wears like a headband. Okay. I feel like if he tied that too tight, then that might cut off circulation. No platform. Stairs are a little more complex than a wall. Yes, this is true. But essentially, you could think of it as making a small wall, and then a slightly taller wall, and then a slightly taller wall like that. So it'd be multiple walls, because if he can stack walls like this, and especially like using this as an example, like the first one would be 2 blocks high, and then over here have it at like 1 block, and then 2 blocks high, and then 3 blocks high. So it's just, if you think of it as individual segments, as each step an individual wall of different heights, that could still work and fit within the limitations of the semblance that you already set up. Horizontal layer cake, exactly. Exactly. It isn't tied that tight, though. I mean, you could always write a scene in where either he ties it tight by mistake, or one of his teammates just, he does something to get on their nerves or something. They just tighten the band a little bit and he gets lightheaded. Personality, he's laid back, tolerant, protective, observant, and humble. Weaknesses, not the best communicator. That's because the sling might be too tight. He can't form words well. Sometimes too willing to take one for others. Oh, so he's self-sacrificing a little bit. Fighting style, genuinely prefers ranged combat. Makes sense. Though proficient with his short sword when the situation demands it. Often, he likes to use his semblance to give himself a height advantage for aiming. Makes sense. Height advantages also allow him a better view of what's happening around him, allowing him opportunities to deploy his semblance further as either defense for his teammates or a means of shepherding their opponents. He uses a variety of sling stones with a slingshot, some just picked up from the ground, many manufactured from metal, and some of those even dust infused, being mindful of which stones he is using when. Tam causes opponents to flat out damage, or obstacles to hamper their tactics. Now, that is something I mentioned when going over his semblance, like the range at which he can summon the constructs. Most, if not all, aura constructs that we have seen have to start out with initial contact from the user. Weiss's summons, they are always summoned very close to herself from her glyph. Now, she can project those glyphs out very far. Weiss is not really the best example, but Sun Wukong, the aura constructs that he creates, clones of himself, start off from his own body, move outwards. When Neo is making her physical illusions, they are always coming directly from her, except in the Ever After. Ever After operates by its own rules. His cloak is colorful in reference to the color of cloaks in Canaanites? Range of 20 feet or less from himself? Yeah, I guess that's not too bad of a range. Too far of a range. But it's just allowing him opportunities to deploy his semblance further as either defense for teammates or a means of shepherding their opponents. So it sounds like, at least from that term, it sounds like he can get a vantage point and then summon walls from where he is to try to defend his teammates or and everything. Because, like, the range in which he can summon definitely plays into how strong his semblance could potentially be. Most of the members of the team, but think some of them still refining. Well, always welcome to on the next one, right? It has to be planned and timed. Okay. Glad I asked for clarification on that one, because it does. Yeah, I think that'd be good. And nor can they exist for more than 5 minutes, so it's good that there is a time limit for how long they exist, because it may not necessarily take aura upkeep for them to stay active, but aura will deteriorate when separated from the user's body after a certain amount of time, unless aura is constantly funneled into it. Backstory. From a small, well-fortified settlement in Vacuo, single child raised by his grandparents, a designated ranged fighter for Team Antique, makes sense. When teams were being formed, he found himself partnered with the reckless Kaimana Tethys? Kaimana. Based on Jericho. Stone white is the color. Not too late. Another song I'm not familiar with. Okay. Cool. When is the next OC review stream? 3-4 months from now. I don't know the exact date. I will know that closer to the time. But I will say it's February, it's March, April, May. Probably the soonest it would be, and I'm not saying this is going to be the actual date, the soonest it would be the 25th of May. That is the soonest point in time that I would schedule it for. Because the weekend of the 11th and 12th of May, I'm going to be going to Las Vegas, and I'm going to need probably a week off after that, and I don't want to schedule it the week before I go because I'm still going to be preparing to go, so it'll be the 25th of May or later, to answer that question. But overall, yeah, Tam looks good. And the final member. Oh, she's pretty. Kaimana Tethys. Human, female, 18, 5'6". Semblance is Hydrotar. Creates an aura construct, a bull out of water. If enough water is available, it can be up to 7 feet tall. Oof. If ice dust is available to her, she can coat the construct's horns in a sheath of ice, allowing it the means to hook and toss opponents with its horns. Normally attack-wise, the bull simply charges, potentially pushing or knocking an opponent back or down. When it hits, it falls apart into a wave, dragging all its volume against such around its target. Upon falling apart, it begins to pull itself back together. This takes a toll on Kaimina's aura, or Kaimana's aura, so she prefers not to avoid having an attack. She prefers to use it as a mount, giving her added ability, allowing her full range with her weapon. This also makes her a harder target to hit melee range. While she doesn't have to worry about sinking into the water or passing through it, others will. Kaimana uses this to hamper her opponent's movements. She's not opposed to stealing her opponent's weapons and stashing them in the bull. I love this idea of using your aura to create a construct out of a different element. I love that idea. It's something I have not seen explored in, I don't think, any other... I don't think I've seen another OC. I might have when I was doing the OC tournament and going through, or the OC contest and going through like 700 OCs. But I really like this idea of using a different element to create an aura construct out of. This might be a no-go semblance. There are a couple things I do question about it. She prefers to use it as a mount, giving her added ability and allowing her full range with her weapon. While she doesn't have to worry about sinking into the water or passing through it, others will. Now, I understand since she would be channeling her aura into the bull, that she wouldn't necessarily pass through it. That I could give you. She is not opposed to stealing her opponent's weapons and stashing them in the bull. If other people will pass through the water, but their weapons won't, that is two opposing things. Because if others will pass through, then theoretically their weapons should pass through as well, and nothing should be able to be stored in the bull. Now, when it crashes into something, when it hits, it falls apart into a wave. So when it hits, it falls apart. But others will pass through it. So how much force is needed for this bull to fall apart? And like, if there's a person that the bull charges at and it hits that person, you've mentioned that others will pass through it. Like, does that mean others if they tried to ride it, or others if, like, the bull charged at them? I was thinking, like, a crashing wave. The weapons are wet. Like, yeah, like, if it hits something and it falls apart and, like, there's just that force of water, however much water was used to create the bull. That I completely understand. It's just what designates that hit that causes it to fall apart. Like, if a person is standing in the way and they get hit by it, will the bull fall apart into rushing water? It's just the clarification part, because you mentioned that she doesn't have to worry about sinking into the water or passing through it, but others will pass through it. Is that just if they are trying to ride it, or if they happen to be standing in the way of the bull? You won both maps. Nice, Tooth. That's awesome. Water is wet, indeed. Because I think this part meant that other people can't ride it because they'll just pass through. But if someone is standing in the way of it, then this would crash into them and it would create that wave effect. Also, I would imagine what would happen, if it is in full charge. Okay. So if something like of low force, like one of her teammates or something, tried to pass their arms through the bull, their arm would just pass through the water and it wouldn't like fall apart. Now, what if an opponent slashed at the bull, slashed one of its legs? Would the bull then fall apart? Or rather, would it then lose that leg, crash to the ground, and fall apart in that wave of water? Okay, correct? So, I think the correct was in reference to someone passing their arm through it. But because that's my concern, is like, how durable is it? Like, if opponents' weapons and their attacks that are trying to take out this 7-foot-tall bull just pass right through it, then that's going to be strong. But if one of its legs is taken off, now if Kaimana is riding it, in theory, she could funnel more of her aura into the bull, have it maybe shrink a little bit in size, and use the water to regrow that leg. It would probably take the bull out of full charge. Slash damage would pass, but blunt damage would cause at least partial crash. Okay. Like, slash damage to the main body, I'd imagine that would pass through. But since, like... And that's why I'm specifically mentioning a leg, because a slash, depending on how large the blade is... For example, Crow's weapon, or Yatsuhashi's weapon. Even though the slash would happen very quickly, there would technically be a point in time, a split second, where the blade would be completely separating the top part of the leg and the bottom part of the leg of the water. Now, I guess it would just be moving so fast that it would just pass right through. She would need enough water for this to be possible, right? I wonder what would happen if a heated blade passed through the water bowl. If it passed through the main body, the water would boil, and that would probably cause a crash. Like, fire dust would boil, and ice dust would probably be a weakness for the bull. Freeze one of its legs, it would drop off. The water, like, again, if Kaimana's riding it, she would be able to funnel more aura into the bull if a leg was frozen and fell off or boiled off or whatever. The bull would probably shrink in size, but she could use the water to reform the bull. In theory, even a slash would remove material from the bull. Well, blunt force trauma would remove much more, yes. Slash damage would be a slow way of going about it. Granted, an experienced huntsman would realize that after one attack, okay, slash damage ain't working. If it was Crow or Yatsuhashi, I'll use those as an example, they would turn their blades on their side. So you'd have the flat end of the blade, and you'd just smack the bull with that. Honestly, I know you think this might be a no-go semblance. I think it could work. I think it could work. Because if there's enough water available, it can be up to 7 feet tall. That's a big bull. And I'm assuming if she made it that tall, it would... How tall is she? She's 5'6". It would take a large portion of her aura. And she wouldn't probably be able to make another 7-foot tall one right away. It would take time for her aura to recover. I think, overall, I can say crash of a leg was amputated just because animal would fall. Yeah. Honestly, I think it works. We've seen characters be able to create aura constructs already. We've seen Sun be able to create 4 clones of himself. Weiss is Weiss. So honestly, the fact that she would just be creating the construct out of another element that already exists, I think it works. And I really like the idea of creating constructs from another element that exists. And since water is a physically tangible and malleable element, I really like that. I think it might be one of the only elements that would be possible. It'd be water and maybe plants. I guess if you wanted to go the route of snow, you could as well. But like solid ice, solid earth, they're too immobile and like solid to be able to work. I like the idea of putting the ice horns on the bull though. And then elements like fire and lightning are too intangible. Even if they're held together with aura, they'd be too intangible. We stan a water dust queen, indeed. Water dust isn't used too much, that's cool, yeah. Oh, Weiss is Weiss. Well put, yeah. Does the crash totally kill it? Well, as mentioned, when it hits, it falls apart into a wave, dragging all its volume against/around its target. Upon falling apart, it begins to put itself back together, I'm assuming with aura, but this takes a toll on Kaimana's aura, so she prefers to avoid having it attack. She mostly uses it as an amount with her fighting style, and I'm sure as we keep reading that will become more apparent. But yeah, I like the semblance a lot, actually. The weapon, Tarpeliki, I think. A Labrys with an adjustable handle allows her to have it be short enough to be a single-handed weapon, or long enough to be used like a halberd. She can wield it in this form on the back of her summon. Yeah, I really like this. Self-confident, outspoken, smart talker, mischievous, daring, shameless, can be bossy, and loyal. Shameless, huh? Weaknesses, sometimes a little reckless, can easily be annoying to others. Fighting for combat style. Close combat axe and cavalry-esque halberd. Not afraid to fight dirty by throwing bits from the environment in your face. Really? Well, shameless, I guess. Like sand, mud, gravel, or dirt. Damn. She literally fights dirty. Also has no issue using her axe to pull Volt around when she deems it necessary. She also likes to utilize her semblance as a mount, and she keeps water dust on hands for when there is no water available for crafting her bull. Okay. Backstory. From a coastal town of Vacuo, the youngest of 5 children. Wow. She's the only girl. Always hated getting left out or excluded based on this, and then she summons a giant bull. Grew up fascinated with the sport of bull leaping, but her parents always worried about her recklessness, so tried to dissuade her from it. Because they wouldn't let her go into the arena, and events she would go down to the beach and practice leaping over the waves, imagining them as charging bulls. The self-proclaimed tank of Antique. When teams were being formed, she found herself partnered with the stoic Tam Laban. Based on the Minoan Create? The Minoan Create? Minoan Create? Deepwater Blue. And then Adrenaline. 10 out of 10, awesome team right there. I agree. Yeah. I like it a lot. The only question is that we don't really have an answer for is how much water dust would be needed to get a 7-foot tall bull's volume of water. We just don't know. I don't know if it would take like one baseball-sized crystal would produce enough water. I think that's probably all that would be needed. Or if it'd take something larger, smaller. Regardless, I think it would be easily enough that she can carry on her person. I don't think there's an issue there. It's just a question I'm putting out into the void. But yeah, overall, very solid team. Especially Brick Boy. Brick Boy's very solid. Tam's got the solid walls. It's just the little tweaking, the little clarifications with Tam's semblance. God, I'm gonna butcher her name again. Nineveh semblance. And yeah, I think overall, excellently designed team. Unleashed, hello. I couldn't miss the OC review stream. Glad you made it. Volleyball of water dust. Yeah, I don't think it would be that much would be needed, because we've seen the types of explosions and the amount of fire that's created from like a single fire dust crystal. So I think a single water dust crystal, like of decent size, would be good enough. Yeah, overall, I think extremely well done. Do you have any questions or anything I can clarify or anything additional? Because I really do like this idea of the aura construct from a different element rather than just aura. Yeah, that's it, assuming you only want to have one per outing. Yeah, I try to pull a lot from the cultures that are you're associated with. Can't spell. Yeah, and I think you did an excellent job. Better than I have, I think, for sure. But I always love these streams because I get to see OCs from other members of the guild. Yeah, aside from the Discord chats, of course. Draw is fun. Yeah. Because we've seen some pretty good OCs so far, and the VOD for this stream will be posted. No questions offhand. Might have some once I would out the tweaks. Yeah, would work out the tweaks. Yeah, because honestly, except for the things I mentioned, that's pretty much it. Like, the weapons all seem balanced for sure. They're balanced. They're not overpowered. They're not trying to do too many different things. Like, the weapons are great. Semblances, they're all very creative ideas, and I love seeing like the unique ideas that come from people's imaginations. And yeah, it's just, other than those tweaks I mentioned, I think everything is extremely well done. What time frame would you recommend for them in relation to the show? Like, time frame for them to be in the show. That is up to you, where you want them to be at certain points in the show. For example, and this is the most prominent example I always ask people with where they want to put their characters in the show. Where do you want them to be, or at what point do you want them to be in their huntsman training when Beacon falls? That is the world-shaking event that was felt throughout Remnant. Do you want them to be first years at the Huntsman Academy? Do you want them to be graduated huntsmen already? Or do you want them to be, which is what I decided to do, third or fourth years when Beacon falls? They will be more experienced huntsmen. They will be ones that would probably be sent out to protect various villages and various areas of the world, maybe not necessarily protecting the main school grounds itself. It's up to how you want to write their given story, because there's going to be the fall of Beacon, and then about 2 years later, the fall of Atlas. So where you want them to be in their own individual stories by that time, because that will also play into how well they know each other by the fall of Beacon Academy. If they're still first years, then there still might be some growing pains that they have yet to go through, and the fall of Beacon Academy might cause a couple extra rifts between their team. It might cause their team to grow closer together, you know, with all of the things that are happening, the panic, the grim, the people that need protecting. You know, if any of their families get caught up in any of this. Can't avoid the Battle of Vacuo. I would argue they can avoid the Battle of Vacuo more than they could avoid the Battle of Beacon, because the Battle of Beacon was broadcast to the entire, the carnage at Beacon was broadcast to the entire world. The panic was worldwide. The battle at Vacuo, forces were sent from Beacon, Mistral, and the remainder of the Atlas military to Vacuo. Vacuo, unless they got the Amity communication tower up and running, it looks like they modified it to be a battle station, so I don't think the cross-continental communication is running yet. I don't think the rest of the world is going to have any clue when that battle takes place until they get word that either Vacuo was victorious or Vacuo ceases to exist. I feel like the Battle of Vacuo, either you're going to be there for it or you're not going to know it happened until after it's already over. If there's a lot of OCs in Vacuo, maybe, but I'm gonna say also probably not, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of OCs that that based on their own motivations, they probably want to stay and protect their own families. Now that there are no operating Huntsman academies in Vale, Mistral, and Atlas just no longer exists, who's going to defend those places? They're going to need Huntsmen too. The panic of the world, the uncertainty that's going around, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to want to stay back, defend the kingdoms that they are from. And there's also going to be a lot of other people who, hey, the world's going to shit, why should I care about any rules? The council's no longer in place, or there's no cross-continental communication system, screw it, they're all going to become bandits. And there's going to need to be huntsmen available to protect against them. Like, there's so many things. Upload an image to the OC review so you can see Naniva's weapon a little bit better. Oh. This is a character you reworked and went a different way. Just reuse their weapon. Oh, cool. Okay. So this weapon. Polearm Whip. Shovel Spear, last barrel shaft, segmented in a series of connected pieces given a flexible range, having something like a stiff whip. Nice! Val, thank you for the bits! Kato goes vroom vroom. No, he goes sleep sleep. He's snoozing. Okay. Interesting. Blast, stabby blast. Purr. More like snore snore. He doesn't snore that loudly, but he do be snoozing. Oh, you're playing Forza 5. Nice, Val. Forza's... I can't remember what Forza I've played, but I played it like once or twice in the past. But, yeah, the Battle of Vacuo, not every OC is going to be present at. I doubt that there's going to be a number of OCs that do want to go to Vacuo and fight against the evil that's present in the world, sure, but there's going to be, I'd say, more would choose to stay home and defend their own kingdoms rather than go out and fight. Thank you for looking over your OCs. Yeah, happy to. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your ideas. Because I know, based on what you were saying, that you thought that maybe some of your ideas might be no-goes for semblance and things like that, but no, like, your ideas are great. But, yeah. With that, oh, it's already 5 o'clock, huh? Is there anyone else who is looking to have an OC redeem? Meow. Yeah, buddy. Oh, it's a big yawn. Sweepy kitty. 1994. Hoonigan Ford. Car Talk. Got it. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you stretch too, buddy. Ember demands. Yes. Yes, he does. Yeah, you're demanding very, very loudly now. Oh. That was a great stream. Thanks, Russian. You headed out? Because I'm debating on... you have a D&D version of Kaimana as a cleric of the Warpath. Ooh, sounds fun. Because, yeah, I feel like... the cat, indeed. Doesn't look like... I think that's all the OCs that we have for today. So... it's been 5 hours on stream. Got any more card boxes to open? Not currently, but I might actually do another card opening either Tuesday or Thursday, depending on when the box arrives. Time flies reviewing OCs, huh? Yeah. Shortest OC review? I mean, 5 hours. Still a decent one. And I know with the first one that I did, I was interspersing it with playing video games. And the first one also, I don't know if there were that many people who did redeem, because I hadn't been streaming that long for them to build up points. It does, but it's fun. I agree. It's amazing to see the creative ideas that people can come up with. We went over 14 pages of OCs in 5 hours. What's the math on that? 5 hours is 300 minutes divided by 14. Hey, that works out. Average of 21.5 minutes for each OC. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Cool. Either way, I'm back to obsessing over Hazbin Hotel. It's peak. Hazbin Hotel is really, really good. I will say, though, the finale was a wee bit predictable at times. It was great, but Raspberry Ripple Cocktail. Damn, that sounds good. To play games as you go, unless people are stacking up to have reviews. Yeah, absolutely makes sense. Absolutely. But I'm debating right now, since it already has been a 5-hour stream, should I just end stream for the day here and have the first like Saturday night off at home that I've had in like 15, 16 months? Or do I go eat and then come back and stream games afterwards? It's so peak. It is very good. I have enough Phoenix Feathers to redeem one character, but don't have art for any of them. I'm sad about it because I can see them so clearly. But better at writing OCs than drawing them? Well, you can always reach out to artists and see if they're willing to work with you on a commission. Of course, you want to pay the artists for the work that they do, and not everyone has the funds, but you never know. Sometimes there's different artists that have raffles for, and if you win one of the raffles, they might do a commission for you for free or something. It would be good for your mental health. I mean, I don't think I'm in like mental disarray or anything, but having a Saturday night off once in a while just to chill at home, it's not a bad thing too. Also, Lucifer greater than Alastor. I mean, the finale did kind of prove that, but Out for Love was meh. Yeah, I was Question: are there people in stream who intend to watch Has Been Hotel but have not watched the finale yet? Because that is going to dictate on what I can actually say, or what I will actually say, because I don't want to spoil people. Stop Now gives you at least 7 hours of cat petting time. This is true, and I'm sure he'd appreciate it, wouldn't you, buddy? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Not interested in it? Don't care about spoilers. Plan on watching it, but haven't caught up yet. Alright, then we will not talk about the finale. The spoilers, which is I'm staying quiet, respectfully. Yep, just wanted to ask to make sure. But yeah, if everyone's okay with, camera, what are you... Okay. It's still struggling. It's still struggling. Okay, well... Disco, apparently, even the mech pots are only mech comparison to the phenomenal rest of the show. Camera's tired, I guess so. Like, the show is fantastic. I love everything about Has Been Hotel. It's not free of criticisms, though. The pacing of the show is breakneck at best, because it's just go 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 go. There's no real time to sit and settle with anything. Problem arises, conflict arises with characters. Granted, not the overarching plot of the season, but with certain characters, like, conflict arises and then it's solved in 5 minutes, and it's like, or a conflict arises and then it's solved within the same song that conflict arises. So yeah, discussion is senseless and petty. It's not, because just, like, the thing is, the show's great. I love the show. I can't wait for season 2. It's obviously gonna get a season 2. But it's the same with RWBY, right? I love the show. And I can't wait to see where it goes next. But there are always things that you can fairly criticize. Haven't watched Has Been Hotel? I do recommend it. Watch the pilot episode on YouTube if you want to. That would give you a good indication of whether you might like it in the future. You lost my spoon? Oh, hey, I found my spoon. Exactly. Pretty much. And hydrate. Might be a light sensor malfunction. Maybe I will just need to get a new webcam in general, then. Huh. Need to find what a good one would be, then. I'll have to look at reviews. But with that being said, would you guys be okay if I ended stream now? I always just start the OC review streams early because I don't know how long they're going to take throughout the day, but yeah, you're okay with that? Alright. You asked if we're gonna stop you. Yeah, but I mean, if you guys are enjoying stream, want it to continue longer, like, I'm fine continuing stream for a little bit, but this got done with a 5-hour shift. Oh no, Captain Gaming! I was just about to end stream. I'm sorry. But how was your shift? I hope it wasn't too bad. But yeah, we went through 14 pages of OCs, and I think we're probably gonna stop here. It's okay. That's good. Better than, worse than okay. For sure. It's up to you. You could always come back in a few hours if you feel like it. But I'd rather chill. Yeah. Need to go argue with people about video games. I see. Have fun, dude. Try not to get in any fistfights. But, yeah. If you guys are okay with that, then I think I might take the rest of Saturday off, and then I'll see you guys Tuesday. I will not have. Good. Excellent. Yeah. All right. Catering order this morning. Oh, there was a catering order? Oof. No worries. No worries, Captain Gaming. I'm sorry that we're going to be ending stream just after you arrived, but, you know, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your weekend. Stream was good. Stream was good. We went over a lot of excellent OCs. The VOD for this video is going to be posted to the VOD channel on YouTube, and I'm going to make it public, like, right away, hopefully tomorrow. I'll remember to do that. If not, remind me on Tuesday's stream. But there were a lot of OCs, a lot of interesting characters with great semblance ideas and weapon ideas, and yeah, it was really good. So I look forward to the next one, whenever that may be. Yeah, it'll be, as I mentioned, the earliest it will be is May 25th. It might be later than that, but we'll see closer to the date. What if I also wanted to show your friends' OCs? Like right now? Because we're gonna kind of wind down stream for now. No, in a future stream. Yeah, that'd be fine. If you want to show, as long as you have their permission to do so. I don't want people showing people's OCs without their friends' explicit permission. But yeah, okay. Yeah, you have to make sure you get people's permission before sharing their OCs. But anyways, with that being said, thank you all for joining in on stream. It was really fun getting to look at everyone's OCs, and yeah, I look forward to the next one. Thank you all for sharing. Thank you all for your creativity, your ideas, and you know, it takes a certain amount of confidence to be able to put yourself out there, share your writing, and share your ideas with me and with everyone else in chat. So, I appreciate it. Thank you. And on Pet the Kitty, yeah, you pet the kitty. Right at the end of stream, huh? Yeah. Yeah. But, even more feathers to save up. Yep, this is true. You already have so many feathers, though, Alex. But anyways, I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend and the beginning to your week as well. We'll be back on Tuesday with more Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I'm gonna try to refight the final boss, see how that goes. Because apparently we need to catch all of his shadow Pokemon in a single fight, and then probably do some just kind of mini games in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. So if you're interested in that, I'll hope to see you on Tuesday. And with that, everyone, I guess I was normally say good night, but I guess good afternoon. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and sleep well when the time comes. Roman, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're headed out. Definitely going to stockpile as many feathers as I can and hopefully get some artwork done for your OCs. I look forward to it, Unleashed. I look forward to it. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a good rest of your day.